Chapter 57, Asuma Kiranai, the one where you share heaven. It was bright here. She had expected that, for some reason, but she hadn't expected the way that the brightness didn't seem to affect her eyes. She appeared to be in a place which both was and was not her home. It was her home because she could feel the rightness of that statement in her very bones, and the thought of being anywhere else simply didn't make sense. It was not her home because she knew this building had been destroyed when pain attacked the village so many decades ago. It was similar to the way that she both was and was not herself. She was herself because this face had looked back at her from the mirror all her life, those eyes, that hair, those cheeks, that chin. She was not herself because the last time she had looked in the mirror that hair had been grey and those cheeks had been wrinkled. Now as she caught her own reflection in the glass of the window, she could see black curls framing a face smoothed out to how she had looked in her late 20s, the way she had looked the last time she had seen. The door opened. Kiranai realized she had been standing outside the home and staring, not even moving, for a long time. Now she looked up to see who was coming out to greet her. Perhaps they would tell her where she was and why she couldn't seem to break this strangely peaceful genjutsu. Her eyes welled up with tears immediately as they fell upon Asuma. He smiled softly at her, perfectly preserved as she remembered him from all those years ago. His beard was just as pointed and scraggly, his hair just as dark and in need of a comb. His vest was smudged and a lit cigarette puffed a thin line of smoke up from between his lips. With a low cry, Kiranai rushed up the walk and threw herself into his arms. "Hey there, it's all right now," he said to her. She cried out again as his voice rushed over her like soft, soothing waves. She had missed him. Oh, she had missed him. How, she whispered, breathing in the half-forgotten scent of ash and bad cologne. She'd always told him to pick a better cologne, but he always said he liked this one. She'd bought so many bottles of it after he died just to smell him on her wrists. Asuma cupped the back of her head and stroked her hair, holding her closely to his chest. "I told you, I knew the moment we met that we were soulmates." She pulled back to look at him and he grinned. "Here's your proof. You're here, aren't you? But where is here? Heaven?" He shrugged. Kiranai looked around, noting the haziness along the edges of the buildings around her, the world slowly modifying itself as it added her memories to his to build them a world in which they could live out the rest of forever together. Then she laughed. Kiranai tilted her head back and laughed for no reason other than that she was filled with such soul-shaking joy that it couldn't be borne in silence. Asuma held her until she could breathe again, and then he drank the laughter from her lips. "We have a lot to catch up on, don't we?" he said. "Tell me, our child." "A daughter." "Mirai." "She looks so much like you, Asuma." Kiranai's eyes filled with tears again as she thought of the daughter she had left behind in the world of the living. "You'll have to tell me all about, but first I have something to say to you." Asuma smiled at her in a way that would have made the whole world fall away had she not already reached her eternal rest. "Asuma. Welcome home, love." Chapter 58, Hashirama Amida, the one where the colors get brighter. He didn't really notice at first what was happening, and no matter what his brother said, it wasn't because he was an unobservant, distractible idiot. It was because he was nervous. It wasn't every day that you traveled to another land to meet your future bride. The union was going to cement their alliance with Uzushio Dakua, bonding the Senju clan to the Uzumaki clan forever. It was supposed to be a happy occasion, but Hashirama found himself worried and covering it up by acting even more hyper and silly than usual. What if he and his bride didn't get along? What if their personalities didn't work well together, or she was demanding and mean? What if she hated his family and tried to make him spend less time with his brother? What if he didn't find her attractive in the least and found it difficult to make attempts to produce an heir for his bloodline? Tobirama certainly wouldn't be producing any heirs anytime soon, not when he was sneaking off at night to snuggle up to a certain Uchiha. With these worries bowing his head, it took almost 2 days of their journey for him to notice the world around him. When he did, it took about an hour of squinting at the trees that passed him by, knowing that something looked different but unsure exactly what it was, to figure it out. When it came to him, he stopped walking, causing the clan elder directly behind him to walk right into his back. He barely noticed the dusty, scolding voice. "Brother." Tobirama leapt down from the trees he had been hopping through, avoiding the inane chatter of their procession. "Is everything all right? The colors, they are different." Hashirama marveled at the bush to his left. It wasn't a significant difference, not yet. But that was definitely not a shade he had ever experienced before. His brain automatically catalogued it as red even though he'd seen these flowers before. It had always seemed a faded pinkish gray. Tobirama perked up. The colors. Are they getting brighter? Hashirama nodded frantically, ignoring the murmuring of those who had stopped to watch him as he knelt and reached out to touch the flowering bush. Even the grain was more vibrant, a wonderful earthy color. I've never seen them like this, he breathed. They are beautiful, aren't they? Tobirama said gently, kneeling at his side. Hashirama gave him a sly smile, momentarily distracted. Tuka was going to pitch a fit when she found out that he'd just won the bet. What else would have Tobirama slipping into the Uchiha compound so often other than the low of a soulmate? His smile faded as quickly as it had come. I wish I didn't have to get married, he said. I wish I could find them and bring them home and be happy, like you were. He caught the slight blush on his brother's cheeks and rolled his eyes. Oh come on, you don't think I've noticed how much happier you've been lately? I might be an oaf, but I'm not stupid. The younger man harumphed and stood up, walking away. Hashirama caressed the bush one last time, picking a single red flower before he stood too and continued leading the procession towards Yuzushio-dakure. He would press it and keep it, and perhaps someday he would see its true shade again. It took 6 more days to reach their destination, and with each one the world around Hashirama bloomed in more and more beautiful clarity. The constant grey coating he had lived with his entire life fell away until the colors were so sharp they almost brought tears to his eyes with their beauty. They lifted his heart even as he felt it withering inside his chest. With every day it seemed more and more likely that his soulmate lived in the land of the eddies, and he wondered if he would have to meet them, only to be forced to walk away from them. He dreaded the journey home when he would have to watch the colors slowly fade away again, step by step. He was slightly cheered by the beauty of Yuzushio-dakure itself. The city was a marvel just for its architecture, but the gardens were incredible as well. Even if he hadn't been able to see the colors with the brightness he did right, then he still would have been in awe of the flora this city grew on every street corner. He knew his sibling was looking forward to the seal's knowledge that could be gained here, but he himself was excited to ask if they could bring home some seeds. He hoped some of these plants would grow in his own country. The village leader greeted him in the main plaza, in full view of the gathered crowds. Hashirama and his clansmen bowed to him and received the same honor in return. Then the aged gentleman swept his arm to one side. Senju Hashirama, he said in a resonant voice, may I present to you the flower of my house, the jewel of our village. My daughter and your bride, Uzumaki Mida. The formal guard parted to allow a tall woman to pass between them, her chin held defiantly high and her eyes narrowed in a sharp expression. When she and Hashirama laid eye upon each other, however, both of them froze in place, staring in rapturous wonder. Hashirama had never seen a red so brilliant as her hair, nor a face so beautiful as hers. She put all else in this poor world to shame, shining so brightly he half hoped she might blind him that he would never have to look at anything else ever again. She seemed to give off a strange, effervescent glow that captivated him instantly. Mida recovered first, a small secretive smile stealing across her perfectly painted lips. She came towards him, each step a study in elegance and grace, and curtsied only exactly deep enough to show him the proper amount of respect, not a hair deeper. Husband, she greeted him. Hashirama nearly choked on his tongue. Her voice. Hi. I'm Hashirama. He gave her a little wave with whittling fingers, resisting the urge to cringe when he heard Tobirama smack a palm to his own face with despair. You are exquisite, he couldn't stop himself from saying. Her smile widened into a pleased expression. And you are honest, she replied. How refreshing. Father, marry us. The village leader sputtered and gave her an incredulous look. Mida, my flower, the ceremony is not for another week, he protested, backed up by the muttering of the elders of both clans. She sniffed delicately. You will marry us today. No. When he continued to splutter, she gave him a sharp look that softened when she turned it upon Hashirama. One small hand appeared from the folds of her elaborate kimono to touch the edges of the Senju's jaw. I found my soulmate and I don't wish to wait a week. Marry us. Hashirama fought not to swoon as her feet. She was a delicate flower forged with a core of steel. She was magnificent. From the look on her face, she seemed to know he felt that way and approved of his reaction immensely. While her father collected himself and haltingly began the sermon for a traditional marriage by their customs, Hashirama took both of Mida's hands in his own, staring into her eyes with childlike wonder. She would be beautiful even without color, he decided, even if she were all gray or only black and white. Still, he was sad for every person who would never experience her true splendor. He was glad, too, that she would travel to his home with him so they could experience those colors together. Chapter 59, Tenzu Chisui, the one where you can't lie. Tenzu didn't have a lot of friends. Actually, that statement was misleading. Really, Tenzu only had one friend, but Kakashi-senpai was busy quite often with the solo missions assigned to him that the rest of the team didn't get to go on. When that happened, Tenzu was usually left alone. He had only joined ANBU a few weeks ago, and so far he didn't quite fit in as well as he would like to. Growing up in Root had stunted his social skills and his ability to connect with fellow human beings. Kakashi-senpai helped when he could, but he wasn't that great at it himself, to be frank. To help himself get more acquainted with the ins and outs of social interactions, Tenzu had started taking D-rank missions around the village on his days off. It wasn't as if helping to plant a field or chasing after a cat gave him a bunch of trouble. He found he enjoyed speaking to the civilians that he did most of these chores for. Most of them seemed to think he was just another 14-year-old genin, and he kind of liked the normal feeling that gave him. Today's task was to paint a fence, and Tenzu had spent the first hour of his mission simply chatting with the old woman who had hired him. She was wonderfully friendly, chittering on about how her husband used to paint the fence every year, and she had tried to keep up since he died, but she was getting a little old to do it herself now. Tenzu had been painting for somewhat over 2 hours, and he was coated head to toe in little dots of blue paint that kept flicking off his brush. He was also wearing the biggest smile he could remember wearing in a long time because this was fun. Getting messy was fun. "You missed a spot," a familiar voice told him from just over his shoulder. "Senpai." Tenzu whirled around to see his only friend standing there, his ANBU gear a little dirty but free of blood and his mask clipped onto his belt. Another boy about his own age stood next to him, bringing both hands up to cover his mouth as he took in the side of his blue-coated front. "All right, I take it back. You didn't miss a spot, you just got the wrong one instead. You know you're supposed to be painting the fence, not yourself, right?" Kakashi tilted his masked face while the dark-haired boy next to him muffled his giggles. Tenzu just smiled. "I'm having fun, senpai, don't be mean." Kakashi shook his head and his one visible eye crinkled in that way that usually meant he was smiling. The other boy leaned forward and flicked his fingers against a rather large splotch of blue paint in Tenzu's hair. "Well, I think the color suits you," he teased. Tenzu blushed. "Hi there. My name is Chisui, what's yours?" He looked at Kakashi, still a bit hesitant at using his chosen name. "Tenzu. My name is Tenzu now." Then he winced a little because he hadn't meant to add that last bit. Chisui looked intrigued. "You mean you had a different name before?" "No, I didn't have any name before, I just had a code name." Tenzu blinked in astonishment. He hadn't meant to say that either. What was wrong with him? Kakashi was giving him a considering look, eye narrowing to look at him in a way that made him feel like he was being sized up for something. Chisui cocked his head. "Why wouldn't you have a real name?" "Because I was a member of Root and Danzo-sama said I didn't need a name to do my job." Tenzu squeaked and brought a hand up to clap it over his mouth and shut himself up. Out of habit, he used his right hand, the hand still holding a dripping paintbrush. He managed to close his eyes less than a second before the bristles hit his forehead with a loud slap. He couldn't see, but he could certainly hear the two other boys howling with laughter. Wet paint slid down his face and the paintbrush made a squelching noise as he pulled it away. He stood stock still until a hand carefully took the brush from him and another swiped his saturated bangs off of his face and gently cleaned paint away from his eyes. He stayed as still as possible so none would get rubbed in. A soft wet cloth was dabbed at his face before someone encouraged him to open his eyes. When he did, he saw Chisui there with a grin, holding a rag in one hand and his canteen bottle in the other. "You all right?" he asked. Tenzu nodded slowly, absolutely mortified to have embarrassed himself like that. Some trained assassin he was, throwing paint in his own face. "Oh, don't feel bad," Chisui said. Geez, you look awful. Both Kakashi and Tenzu gave the dark-haired boy a look that said really. He flushed a bit. Ah, I didn't mean to say that. I meant to say you looked fine. I'm not sure why that slipped out. Kakashi was giving them both that contemplative look again, a sly expression slowly creeping over his face, hidden away from them by his convenient mask. He watched the awkward fumbling of his two cute kohais for a few moments, basking in their adolescent squirming, then chuckled. He grabbed the canteen from Shisui and pretended to occupy himself with screwing its cap back on. Be nice, Shisui. Say it like you mean it this time. Ah, right. Shisui gave him a startled look, then turned back to Tenzu. You look a right mess. His face immediately shined a brilliant red. I didn't mean to say that, I swear. Kakashi set off into laughter again, ignoring Tenzu's tiny but heated glaring. Senpai. What's so funny? You mean you haven't noticed? Kakashi said in that teasing, I know something you don't know kind of way. Both younger boys scowled at him. Noticed what? Tenzu asked reluctantly. Kakashi smirked. Neither of you seemed to be able to lie to the other. Shisui and Tenzu stared at him. Then their heads whipped around to stare at each other. Each thought back over the last couple of minutes, realizing that they had indeed been spouting truths when they had meant to instead tell a polite lie. Then they stood blinking at each other in awe as the implications of what that meant slowly dawned on them both. Tenzu squealed when Shisui threw arms around him and drew him into a tight hug. Shisui. I'm covered in paint. You getting dirty? Who cares? Shisui crowed. I've got a soulmate. Yeah. Unable to think of how to respond, Tenzu found himself returning the embrace. He was surprised by how good it felt, how warm and comforting it was to stand here hugging another person. He wondered if Shisui was the type to hug often because it sounded really nice. He buried his face in Shisui's neck and closed his eyes. His only friend, Kakashi-senpai, was here with him. And now he had found his soulmate too. He still had quite a lot of fence left to paint, but he didn't care how long it took. At the end of the day, Tenzu was sure he would still be smiling this much. If this was what true happiness felt like, he couldn't wait to spend the rest of his life with Shisui. Chapter 60, Kiba, Naruto, the one where you can take their pain. You're always such a reckless idiot, do you know that? Kiba growled, anger and worry equally obvious in his voice. Naruto winced, half for the scolding and half for the pain, and did his best to look at least sort of sorry. It was hard when he had a hole through his sternum doing its best to leak out all the blood in his idiotic body before Kurama could heal him. Better me than you, Tabea, he managed to mumble. Kiba gave him a flat look before going back to his task of trying to staunch the flow of blood. Sakura was somewhere out of sight. He had called for her a half-dozen times already and could only hope that she would show up soon. He was no medic, no matter how much he wished he was at the moment. Naruto coughed, bringing up a thick red froth, and Kiba swallowed harshly. Come on, man. You can't bite it on a stupid mission like this. Just hold on a little longer, okay? You didn't get hurt, did you? Are you kidding me? Kiba shouted. You jumped in front of that last attack like an idiot. I've got a couple of broken ribs maybe, but you're such a reckless idiot. You already said that. Naruto gave him a weak grin, his eyes half-lidded and sleepy looking. Kiba scanned the clearing for any sign of Sakura again. Things were looking worse and worse by the minute, and he was starting to think that not even the fox inside his friend would be able to save him this time. Life without this stupid ball of sunshine was not a thought he was willing to entertain. He was in the middle of vowing to himself that he would do whatever it took to keep that from happening when the strangest sense of euphoria came over him, forcing him to stillness. He fought with the sensation for a moment, struggling to clear his mind. He was distantly aware that something important was happening and that it was rather urgent, but the sense of that urgency escaped him. It was like he had become detached from his body, floating in perfect contentedness where pain and worry did not exist. Though it took a minute or two, he finally managed to shake the lassitude away just in time to see Naruto's eyes sliding shut, a satisfied smile just barely lingering on his lips. Kiba snarled and leaned down over the other teen, pressing his hands to that gaping wound and forcing raw chakra into him in the hopes that it would help. Oh no you don't, he growled. Naruto. What did you do? I just thought. Naruto's voice sounded weak and fretty, so unlike himself. I wished I could take your pain away, you know. Kiba stared at him with wide eyes, feeling himself start to tremble. There was no way, right? Naruto sighed, breathing only 2 more words as he slipped out of consciousness, like soulmates. Kiba's heart stuttered in his chest as a scream choked his throat, a half-born noise of terror and rage. Because it was just like Naruto to accidentally find his soulmate while bleeding out from a chest wound and not even really realize it. His chakra flared wildly, waxing and waning as he tried to pour more and more of it into his friend, his soulmate. There was no way he was letting the idiot die here, not when he had just realized they'd been right in front of each other this whole time. Naruto was going to live to get his ass kicked for being so stupid. So wrapped up in his fear and anxiety and rapidly increasing temper, Kiba never even felt someone approaching until suddenly Sakura was there, kneeling on the opposite side of Naruto's prone form and pushing his hands away. Her own were already glowing with healing chakra while her voice snapped out rapid instructions for him. He listened instinctively, moved to obey without thought. Kiba. He looked up to see Sakura staring at him. Only then did he realize that tears were streaming from his eyes, raining down on his shaking hands as he handed over a roll of bandages. He's going to be okay, Kiba, she said softly. The bandages fell from his hand, landing softly in her lap, and he dropped back on his heels and simply sat there. She gave him a small smile before turning back to her task, seeming as unconcerned by it as a mountain by a breeze. Kiba scrubbed at his eyes with the back of his hand, fighting with his body to remember how to breathe properly. With Naruto unconscious, the pain in his ribs had returned, but he couldn't find it in him to be bothered. The pain was good. It was a sharp contrast to the euphoric state that Naruto's touch had given him before, a reminder of what he had discovered. Sakura had said he would be okay, and Kiba trusted she was telling him the truth. Naruto would heal as he always did, bounce right back like usual. Then Kiba was going to shove his head up his own ass for making him worry. Maybe afterwards he would point out that they were soulmates. If he was feeling generous. Chapter 61, Sazori at Deidara, the one where you have a piece of clay that shows their emotions. Sazori hated that stupid piece of clay. He'd been born with it clenched in his fist the same as everybody else had, and he hadn't hated it then. No, he had learned to hate it in the orphanage. He learned to hate it when his life was darkness and misery, and that stupid lump of clay would mold itself into a boy caught mid-run, a child leaping for joy, always colored with happy shades of fun, excitement, amusement. Whoever his soulmate was, they were having the time of their life, and here he was, stuck in some dark hole with a matron who hated him and fellow children who mocked him for sleeping with a doll. So yes, Sazori hated that stupid lump of clay. He never understood why he couldn't simply leave it behind. He should have shoved it in a closet somewhere, hidden it under the floorboards like so many other angry orphans. Instead it sat at his bedside. When he turned 18 and aged out, Sazori found himself a crappy job and a dirt-cheap apartment and set his lump of clay at his bedside. Lately it had begun to take on the shapes of small bags or little clocks. What those two things had in common he had no clue, but they still appeared in shades of amusement and excitement. He still hated it. There were days he would come home to find his clay shaped like a reaching hand, colored for longing and wistfulness. On his own worst days the clay would shape itself into a smiling face and assume the colors of comfort. He supposed that, somewhere, his soulmate must be seeing his own emotions and trying to comfort him in what small ways they could. He would only ever scowl. What did they know of sadness, this happy person who had never gone a full day without producing the colors of joy? He was 21 years old when Sazori found himself somehow mixed up with the wrong side of the law. His shitty job earned him shitty pay, and he could afford very little other than groceries. But for the last 3 weeks he had been working overtime, picking up shifts for a coworker who had gone on vacation. Today he had just a little bit extra money, and he knew just what he wanted to do with it, put it in the bank. There was nothing better than knowing he had money in the bank, in that savings account that sometimes almost closed by default because it had been empty for too long. He was excited to finally have something to put in it and hoped he would have enough money to not need to touch it for at least a few months. Sazori had deposited his precious extra money and was making his way through the atrium when an explosion went off, rocking the ground beneath his feet and sending him tumbling to the floor. The next thing he knew, he was being used as a hostage, long blonde hair obscuring his vision as someone wrapped their arm around his neck and leaned over him to shout at the tellers. Hysterically, his mind noted that this person had a rather pleasant voice. He was terrified when they decided to take him along to use as a human shield insurance so the cops won't follow them. Sazori was a human being and the police wouldn't shoot if he was in the line of fire. But he was also a good-for-nothing nobody and they weren't going to put much effort into finding him. Sazori wondered if his captors knew just how lucky they were to choose the perfect hostage. They released him inside their van, allowed him to scuttle back into one corner and huddled there to watch them with terrified eyes. He was flabbergasted to see that the blonde one who had captured him was no older than himself. He was grinning widely, tossing a plastic-wrapped package back and forth. One of the other ones waved her hands in the air frantically. "Deodara." "Stop playing with that," the girl snapped. The blonde young man laughed derisively. "It's fine, right? I'm the expert on making things go boom, and, believe me, I have no interest in going boom myself." He tossed the package up in the air, catching it with the same hand. "This isn't even and anyway." Sazori brought his knees up closer to the rest of his body, just hoping that they would continue to ignore him and wondering if this wrecked-out bunch of idiots even had a plan for what they were going to do with him. That Deidara guy seemed like the loose cannon type, the one who would make things up as he going along. They probably hadn't even planned on taking a hostage. His supposition was proved correct when they arrived at an abandoned building turned hideout to be greeted by a giant man with gills tattooed on the sides of his neck and more piercings than should really be necessary. He was also wearing a dark scowl as they all piled out of the van. "What the fuck? Deidara, can you not control yourself? You took a fucking hostage. And you brought him back here with you." The man's voice was a harsh growl and he seemed like he really wanted to take a huge bite out of the blonde guy with those over-sharp teeth that flashed inside his mouth. The only thing that appeared to be holding him back was the hand on his leg, another man languishing on a nearby couch, calmly watching television while his arm reached out to absent-mindedly stroke down sharp-toothed scarf. "Screw you, UN." Deidara glared but wasted no energy defending himself, only looked away to finally pay attention to the person whose life he had just turned upside down. "HN. What to do with you now?" Sazori was honestly starting to worry about his own brain because the only thing that flashed across his mind right then was that he hoped he would get home in time for his next shift. Missing shifts meant losing money and he did not work that hard just to use up his precious savings the very next month because these idiots kept him from making enough to cover his bills. More people wandered their way into the room and soon Sazori found himself on the edge of what looked like a large family debate, his fate being the subject in discussion. There was only one woman in the whole group and she looked more harried than any of the rest of them. Sazori couldn't tell if it was the one with the orange hair who was in charge or if it was the one wearing a weird orange mask, but orange was definitely the color of leadership here. Eventually those two seemed to come to the decision that Deidara brought them the problem. He really didn't appreciate being referred to as a problem, so Deidara should be the one to take care of him, like he was some sort of pet. He managed to hold his tongue as he was led away by a grumbling blonde. The building they were in appeared to be an old warehouse of some kind, repurposed into a base for nefarious purposes. The hallways were short and complicated and he lost track of how many turns they took before he found himself closed into a messy bedroom, standing awkwardly by the door while Deidara flopped on the bed. "Make yourself at home, UN," Deidara offered magnanimously. Sazori blinked and looked around. There were posters on the wall and strange tools on a desk in the corner. Bits of wire and tubing and things he didn't know how to properly identify sat in organized containers, at direct odds with the state of chaos the rest of the room was in. Clothes hung out of a short dresser shoved against the faux wall and gathered in piles on the floor. The top of the dresser was completely cleared off but for a familiar lump of clay, currently shaped like a cat sniffing its surroundings and shaded with the colors of curiosity and caution. Sazori stopped dead, staring at the clay which seemed to call for him, beckoning to him on a frequency only he could hear. As he watched, the cat disappeared, replaced instead with a wooden doll standing stiffly upright and fading into the color of shock. Impossible. Deidara hadn't been paying very much attention to him, but his head shot up when Sazori moved forward, hand reaching out to touch the clay. "Hey," the blonde shouted. "Don't touch that." "But it's mine." "You stupid." "That's mine." No, I mean Sazori fumbled for words, Deidara's hand pressed to his chest to keep him at a respectable distance. I mean that it's for me. It represents me. I mean that I think I'm your soulmate, Deidara finished for him. The two of them stood there staring at each other, Deidara blinking owlishly before squinting at him like he thought he might be lying. Sazori only stared back in wonder. You think you're my soulmate? For a moment Sazori feared the other might not believe him, then suddenly Deidara's face lit up with a brilliant smile. That's so cool, UN. What's your name? Where are you from? Do you want to stay? Stay? Yeah, stay here with us. The Akatsuki's great. They picked me up off the streets when I was really little and they let me blow stuff up all the time. It's awesome. He was being offered a home, he realized, a place to come home to and people to belong with. Sazori thought about his shitty apartment and his shitty job, alone in some shitty corner of their broken city. He looked around the room, seeing Deidara's poorly kept but high-quality things. Then he looked at the lump of clay, hesitant but hopeful. When he smiled, he watched it light up with the colors of peace and happiness, taking on the shape of a tiny little house. A home. That sounds nice, he said. Deidara threw one arm around his shoulders and started talking a mile a minute about how they could find out what he's good at and what he liked to do so that he could contribute to the Akatsuki in whatever way made him happy. Sazori let him talk, the smile on his face feeling new and foreign, and made a mental note that he would need to stop by the apartment and pick up his stupid lump of clay. He couldn't imagine being without it, just as he suddenly couldn't imagine being without Deidara. Chapter 62, Madara Kakashi, the one where you can only find them once a year. They called it the Finders Festival, the only day each year that a person was able to find their soulmate. Each village held a festival on this night, wars were set aside and differences forgotten for this one day while people all over the nation sought out the other half of themselves. Madara had faithfully attended each and every occurrence of the festival since he was first old enough to understand what it was. He could remember toddling between the legs of the adults, hand in hand with his twin, Obida, giggling at the blue light that hovered just over his right shoulder. He remembered that it was only 2 years after that when Obida had said his own light was moving, rushing ahead. Madara had chased it with him, unable to see it because it wasn't his own but happy to run with him anyway. At the end of the chase they had found a pretty little girl with purple markings on her cheeks and a smile just for Obida. His twin was gone now and his soulmate as well. Madara still came to the festival though, alone but hopeful. He wanted that joy, that feeling of completeness that Obida had tried time and again to describe to him, always in different words. Every year he made sure to dress with care to look his best for the moment he would meet the person he was meant to be with. And every year he spent the night wandering through the crowds, a deep blue wisp of light perched calmly on his shoulders. That the wisp was there meant his soulmate was still alive somewhere. That it never moved or tried to lead him somewhere meant that whoever it was there were nowhere near him. Each time the festival ended at midnight and Madara returned to his lonely empty home, the hope inside him eroded just a little bit more and a little bit more. He had tried traveling. He was a shinobi of Konoha, one of the best they had, so it wasn't really difficult to plan to be near another village when that time of year came around. He had spent one night in Kuri, another in Iwa. He had spent 1 year wandering through the small villages along the borders of Fire Country, staying only long enough to note that his wisp was not moving before running to the next one. Every year he thought to himself, this is it. This is the year. I will meet my soulmate tonight. Every year he was disappointed. Madara was wearing a new yukata tonight. He hadn't bought himself anything new in a long time, but it seemed like the right time to splurge. It wasn't like he didn't have the money. But the blue color of it had caught his eye, almost a perfect match to the color of his little wisp, and he hadn't been able to resist. His long manner of hair had taken hours to brush, and he had needed the help of a clone to secure it into a high tail near the crown of his head. In his own opinion, he looked damn good as he wandered through the town's main square. There were booths set up where newly matched soulmates could sit together once they met and have refreshments brought to them. There were games for folk to play as the night wore on. Madara ignored each of these. He spotted Asuma and Kurenai, some of his classmates from years ago when they had all gone through the academy together. They had been matched even back then, but he still saw them at the festival each year, celebrating the love that was still strong between them. A light tinkling noise just beside his ear made him frown and turn around. It sounded like tiny bells. He didn't see anything and made to shrug and walk away when he noticed his wrist was gone. Frantic, his head swung from side to side in search of it. It couldn't be gone. He stopped when his eye spotted it, dancing and weaving through the air a few feet ahead of him. It was moving. It was moving. Madara had never felt an exhilaration quite like he did now as he rushed forward, reaching out as if he might be able to catch the tiny blue light between his fingers. Strangers moved out of his way with gentle smiles as he ran faster and faster, his wrist staying always just a few feet ahead. It led him out of the square and towards where the Hokage Tower rose above the other rooftops, marking the very center of the village. He grinned as he raced along, weaving through crowds where he could and using chakra to leap over top of them when he couldn't. He had nearly reached the tower when the small light he was following veered off ever so slightly, taking him towards the large building right next door and causing a knot of worry to grow in Madara's gut. This was the hospital. His soulmate was in the hospital. He prayed they were only a doctor or visiting an injured friend. His hopes were dashed when the whisk bounced and tinkled its way towards the emergency rooms. Madara's progress was halted by a pair of A and B U-bar in his way. "You can't go," Anucha-Hassan, the one with the red mask, said. Madara growled. "But my wisp," he trailed off. It wasn't necessary to finish his sentence anyway. Everyone knew what it meant when a person was trying to follow their wisp. The two guards gave each other a long look. "Just opening the door and peeking in wouldn't hurt," the bear mask murmured. "You know the captain always leaves the village this time of year." He fought tooth and nail against coming back. "Maybe." Madara was nearly gasping with gratitude as Red turned to him with a stern finger. "Just one look, okay?" He nodded frantically. He could take these two idiots in less than a heartbeat if he really wanted to, but it was always better to do things with permission rather than get in trouble for his temper again. He watched his wisp flutter about right at the crack between the two doors, feeling as eager himself to see inside. Red pushed the door open and Madara lunged around him, his eyes following the blue wisp so intently that he almost missed the activity inside. Attendants rushed to and fro while 4 medics sat in Caesar on the corners of a massive seal. In the center of that seal lay the focus of their attention, a man Madara knew of quite well. Hate Kakashi had been the teammate of his twin brother and was the subject of quite a lot of dark gossip. Kakashi was still wearing the remnants of his A and BU armor, what little of it had not been crushed in what must have been a massive attack. His form was coated in blood from head to toe, soaking the scraps of mask that clung stubbornly to his face and dyeing his silver hair into a parody of an Uzumaki's culling. Madara felt the tension in his gut coil and clench as he watched his wisp dart around the heads of the medics. Above Kakashi's chest there floated a bright red light, a wisp of his own. It moved sluggishly towards Madara's until they met and danced, butting up against each other in the motions of a bonding ritual that Madara had only read about before, never seen. He had pictured meeting his soulmate 100 times over, but never had he pictured it like this. Every year he had dressed himself up and waited in the town square, picturing the kind of happy discovery that he saw happening around him time and time again. He never would have thought it would be like this instead, watching his soulmate bleed out while their wisps danced and the medics screamed. He didn't even realize he was heaving until Bear pulled him back and roughly shoved his head over top of a convenient potted plant just in time for him to bring up the small dinner he had eaten. His dying, he choked out once he was able, wiping his mouth with the back of one hand. "He'll pull through," Rat said, sounding much too confident for the carnage they had just witnessed. "The captain is strong. He's made it through worse." Madara had seen worse on the battlefield, had done worse to others himself. Yet in this moment he couldn't imagine it. In this moment nothing in the world could possibly seem worse than what was going on just on the other side of those two innocuous wooden doors. The two guards saw where his eyes were drawn and shifted their stances, their body language making it clear that he was not welcome to take a second look. When he became aware of the wobbling of his knees, he realized that perhaps it would be a good idea to simply do what was asked of him and stay out of the way. He stumbled to the benches that lined the hall and tried not to collapse too obviously. Then he settled in, his mind already digging trenches and setting up a perimeter. He was going to stay here until Kakashi's fate was decided one way or another. There was absolutely no way he could stand to leave without knowing if his soulmate were going to live or not. Rat and Bear resumed their silent guard, and he was glad that neither of them tried to convince him to leave. It would have been a pointless fight. It was over an hour before the medics slowly staggered out of the room, their success written in the tired but triumphant smiles on their faces, the faces of people who had saved a life today. Madara blocked their way, demanded news, and was met with suspicious glares until Rat spoke up quietly. "It's the captain, soulmate." For words and the expressions on each face changed drastically. The three women cooed, and one of them reached out towards him in a sympathetic manner. He managed to avoid their touch with a dangerous scowl while the male medic simply shook his head. "Hadake-san is being taken to recovery right now," the man said. "I will have someone notify you when it's okay to visit Hen." There was no question as to whether he would still be here or not, and Madara was glad. Of course he would still be here. Where else could he possibly wish to go? Madara was not exactly unknown to the people of this village, so he wasn't surprised when the medic didn't ask for his name before herding his co-workers off down the hall. The two A and BU guards flickered away to guard their fallen teammate, wherever he might be now. Madara sent back down to the bench. He felt deflated, like a balloon with all the air let out right when it was supposed to bring joy. It was an apt metaphor for how his day had gone so far. The hours seemed to crawl by as slowly as they possibly could. The festival started at midnight and it would end again at midnight, but at that moment it was barely past noon and Madara was sitting there in his new, spotless yukata waiting for a man who only a short while ago was bleeding to death on the emergency room floor. It wasn't how he usually spent this day. The conscience buried deep inside of him was happy to note that there didn't seem to be anyone else here today. The emergency room was quiet, free of patients other than a few civilians, each with their partner by their side, and one small child with a broken leg being fussed over by both parents. A small part of him was happy for them all that they had their partners with them. He was not, however, an inherently good person, and that part of him was very small. The rest of him was jealous. Alone without its partner, his blue light flitted around the edges of the room, trying hard to convince him to follow to where his soulmate would be. Not doing so was probably the hardest thing he'd ever done, but he managed, keeping himself in his seat by willpower alone. He was about ready to breathe fire in his impatience by the time a terrified-looking young genin came to fetch him. The young boy informed him that visitors for Hate Kakashi could now see him in room 316, then he fled as if all the demons of hell were snapping at his heels. Madara spared him no thought as he immediately headed for the stairs. The halls blurred around him as he flew through them until he was standing outside of room 316, a tuft of white hair all that was visible through the tiny window in the door. He turned the handle and let himself inside, standing in the doorway as he took in the sight before him. The first thing he noticed, of course, was the little red wisp that jangled and bounced, rushing towards him with the happy tinkling sound of little bells and so much more energy than before. His own wisp rushed to meet it, twirling about each other in midair until the sound of their bells harmonized into a single sound. Despite the tightness in his chest, it put a smile on his face as he looked down at the young man in the bed. They'd given Kakashi a medical mask to replace his usual one, and if it weren't for the bandages covering most of his torso, he could have been sleeping. Madara had never seen him without his headband before. In its absence, his silver hair fell around his face in soft waves that made the Uchiha's fingers itch to touch. Madara pulled up an uncomfortable plastic chair and settled into it to wait. Patience had never been his strong suit, but he would wait here for as long as was necessary. Kakashi regained consciousness to a throbbing in his chest. Which was a small miracle, he thought, because he'd thought he wouldn't wake at all, and to be honest he was just glad that it wasn't a headache this time. He usually woke to a head pounding with chakra exhaustion after being injured, so having the pain move somewhere else was at the very least an interesting change of pace. It took a bit to convince his eyes to open. He might not be chakra exhausted, but he did appear to be pretty deep in the drugs, if the stuffed cotton feeling in his lens was anything to go by. His first impression was that he was in the hospital, but that wasn't exactly surprising. His second impression was that it must be late in the day. The window in the room allowed gold and orange light to paint the ceiling above him in ever-shifting patterns, hinting at the beginning of sunset. What he couldn't explain was the soft sound of tinkling bells just outside of his field of vision. Kakashi avoided moving his head and allowed only his eyes to roll to one side, trying to find the source of the noise. What he found nearly stopped his heart. He'd known Uchiha Madara for years, took classes at the academy with him, spent years on the same Genintain as the man's twin, heard the rumors of his growing prowess in battle. He'd wondered sometimes over the years why Madara didn't join ANBU, but they hadn't spoken since Obito's funeral when they were both 12, so he hadn't asked. Now Madara was sitting at his bedside with his hands cupped in front of him, smiling softly at the two wrists that were dancing with each other in his palms. Each synchronized move of the two wrists elicited a quiet tinkling and happy little twitch of Madara's lips. Kakashi had spent his entire life avoiding the Finders Festival, right from the year he had made his first kill, and his wrist had turned red like the blood that covered his hands. It was the year his father had died and Kakashi had found the body. It was the year he had sworn off emotions and promised himself that he would be the perfect shinobi. He had only seemed to become more blood-soaked with each year that passed, and the red color of his wrist seemed to mock him for it. He was a monster, a taint. He didn't deserve a soulmate, and he honestly believed that in finding his he would disappoint them, ruin them somehow. Yet, there was Madara, quietly watching the bonding dance with no fear and no sadness. He looked happy. They are beautiful, aren't they? Kakashi blinked when Madara spoke, his eyes darting around the room to see who the other man was talking to. When his eyes returned to Madara, he was met with two black eyes looking directly at him. Under that gaze, he found he had no idea what to say. He nodded. Before we say anything else, you should know that the moment you are healthy, I am dragging you out to one of the training grounds so I can beat you right back into a hospital bed. Madara's light tone was at complete odds with the fire in his eyes. You've avoided me quite long enough, and I will not stand for any more of that. Kakashi floundered for something to say and still came up blank. However, just so you don't get the wrong impression, Madara's features softened and Kakashi's mouth went dry. I am happy to find you. Would you like to hold them? Yes. He didn't realize until he said it, but he did. He did want to hold them. He'd been running away from this his whole life, and now that it had caught up to him in his sleep, he didn't mind. His body didn't seem to want to respond enough for him to hold out his arm, so instead Kakashi rolled his hand over so it lay palm up on the bed. Madara leaned forward and laid his own cupped hands on top of Kakashi's, making his skin tingle at the contact, then slowly worked his hands out from underneath to leave the two wrists jingling away just above Kakashi's skin. They were beautiful, he noted. He'd never thought of his wrist as beautiful. He'd always seen it as a bad omen. Sir Madara began, only for Kakashi to quickly cut him off. I'm sorry. He met Madara's startled eyes, then quickly looked away. I'm really sorry. We'll have plenty of time to talk about it later. There was a subtle hint of "or else" under Madara's words, but instead of being scared, Kakashi was fighting back a grin. Sir. There is something. They may not have been very close, but Kakashi knew enough about Madara to know that he was not usually the type for hesitating. Whatever it was he wanted to say, it must have been very important to him. With that in mind, Kakashi waited patiently for him to gather his thoughts, his eyes tracing the shape of his soulmate's face and taking in his appearance for the first time. He was all dressed up for the festival, wearing a yukata that matched the color of his dark blue wisp. His typically unruly hair was combed and pulled back into a high tail that fell down his back and pulled between him and the chair he sat on. He looked nice, very nice. Madara cleared his throat and Kakashi returned his eyes to the other man's face, rapt with attention and very startled to see a bit of color on those high cheekbones. There is something I wanted to do when I found my soulmate, and you've made me wait, so I think it's only fair that you allow me this. Yes? He was speaking just fast enough to make it obvious that he was nervous all of a sudden. Kakashi nodded wordlessly. That sounded fair, he supposed, and he had to admit that the way the other man was acting had him curious. He was not at all prepared for Madara to lean forward and kiss him, one lips molding perfectly against his own through the thin hospital mask he hadn't even registered he was wearing. Now he was cursing it in the back of his mind. So surprised was Kakashi that he couldn't stop the small groan that escaped him. He thought maybe he could blame it on the drugs, but the way he arched up into the other man, trying fruitlessly to get closer, that was all him. The kiss shattered his defenses, leaving him reeling, and he was barely able to stop from making a piteous whine of protest when Madara pulled away. He wanted to demand that he come back to finish what he had started, and damn the fact that he was in a hospital bed barely able to move. Madara seemed to read what he was thinking on his face because the Uchiha chuckled lowly, the sound of it going straight down Kakashi's spine. "Consider that an incentive for getting better," he murmured. Kakashi gurgled a bit before proper words would form. "What? But you said you were just gonna put me right back in here." Madara straightened, cupping a hand under the wisps that were still dancing in the air, forgotten in the excitement. "Yes, I am. But if you're good, maybe I'll kiss it better afterwards." He gave Kakashi a slow, deliberate wink that had him melting back into the bed, absolutely unable to hold himself up. That was pretty good motivation, Kakashi admitted. His punishment promised to be fierce and painful, but the promised rewards were sounding more and more worth it. As he looked up into Madara's smile, Kakashi thought that if he gave himself the space to, he would probably regret all the years he had wasted when they could have had this a long time ago. Instead, he forced himself to look forwards. His soulmate was Uchiha Madara, and if the beginning was any indication of the rest of their lives, then Kakashi couldn't wait to get there. Chapter 63, Hashirama Tenzo, the one where you have a tattoo of a tree and it blooms pink when you meet your soulmate. When he was little, Hashirama had endured a lot of teasing from his age mates in the Senju clan as he was first experimenting with what would become his signature jutsu style. One of the rare people lucky enough to be blessed with a soul tree, and he invented wood style to use in battle. The other children his age had thought it was hilarious and very pathetic, like he was trying too hard to be found. They often accused him of showing off. Hashirama paid them no mind. He was a dreamer through and through, with no time for petty teasing. He dreamed of peace between his best friend's clan and his own. He dreamed of a village where he would keep his only remaining brother safe. He dreamed of finding his soulmate, and he dreamed of falling wildly in love. Life, however, had a way of being cruel to those who least deserved it. It took many years of strife and heartbreak before his dreams of peace and a village came to be. His little brother remained safe, but it took only a few years for his best friend to betray what they had fought for together and force his hand into battle. When he went to his own death only a handful of years later, the thing that made Hashirama most bitter was the fact that he had never found his soulmate. He had married and sired children, but the love he had for his wife had been a muted thing, secondary, fleeting. He had loved her for the interim, a way to pass the time until he found the one he was meant to be with. But he had never found them. Time had passed him by, become years and decades. The tattoo of a tree in the palm of his hand changed with each season, and every spring that came with the blooming of blank white blossoms left another stone in his heart. Hashirama passed from this world tired and feeling alone, despite the wife that held his hands in his last moments. He didn't remember his time in the Pure Lands, but he knew that he had died. It was, therefore, quite the shock to step out of a wooden coffin to find himself having been resurrected. He looked to his right to find his brother by his side, cracks in his face and the sclera of his eyes turned black. He scowled at his sibling. "What did I tell you about this jutsu?" he scolded. "Now look at what's happened. It's been turned back on us." Tobirama looked only a breath away from sticking out his tongue, but settled for a glare. "Oh, relax, brother. It's my jutsu. Of course I know how to counter it." The younger man, could he still be called younger? They were both dead after all. Went through a simple series of hand signs, which Hashirama repeated very carefully. There was a cry of dismay from behind them, which they both ignored in favor of the bright light which encased them and the strangest feeling of being rebuilt from the ground up. When the light faded, Hashirama looked to his brother again. The sclera of his eyes had faded back to white, the cracks were gone from his face, and he seemed to have gone backwards in age. He looked somewhere in his mid-30s instead of creeping up on 60 as he had been when Hashirama had passed away. He himself felt much more spry than he should have, and he guessed that he had also somehow gone backwards in time. Or forwards. Maybe both. He took a look around himself, trying to get his bearings. They were definitely in Konoha, on the roof of the Chin Exam Stadium. None of the faces around him looked familiar until Tobirama identified the aged gentleman in front of them as his old student Hiruzen, which meant that they had indeed been resurrected after quite a bit of time had passed. Hiruzen had gotten old. The story came out that the student of Tobirama's student had betrayed his village and had enacted a plan to bring it to ruin. Hashirama sort of took that as a personal offense. He had built this village, thank you, and he was hardly going to sit by and allow it to be destroyed. How did this tiny worm think to use the founders of this beautiful place to ruin it? He took a childlike glee in running that bastard's face right into the ground and wrapping him up in thick, thorny vines. It took a little time, after that, to get acclimated to life in this innovative, modernized version of the village he knew and loved. He and his brother were given the best housing that was readily available, and each were assigned a guide to answer their questions and help them explore this new world. Hiruzen, he decided, had a sense of humor. It showed in his choice of the people he assigned to the Senju brothers. Tobirama's guide was quite probably the only other person in the village who had the same silver-colored hair as he did. He would have liked to see if they had the same face as well, but Hate Kakashi wore a mask at all times. The two of them were strangely well matched, both intelligent men who enjoyed silence and books rather than inane chatter or social gatherings. His own guide was almost like Hiruzen was laughing at him from afar. Tenzo, who insisted he had no clan name, had admitted with an endearing blush on his face that he was the only person in history other than Hashirama himself who was able to use wood-style jutsu. He refused to say how he had learned it no matter how many times he was asked, and was very shy about using it in front of its creator. He seemed to think Hashirama would judge him or be angry or some such nonsense. Tenzo was the delight of Hashirama's days. He requested the man's company even when he truly had no need for him, simply to enjoy their wonderful conversations. The man was around the age Hashirama had somehow reverted to. He was calm and collected for the most part, shy and modest. He was also incredibly cute. His large almond eyes were so earnest and so easy to get lost in. His hair, when the wind ruffled it, seemed to call out for Hashirama to run his fingers through it. His smile, which came more and more frequently the more time they spent together, was powerful enough to stop Hashirama's heart in his chest. Hashirama was in love. A truer, deeper love than he had ever felt for Mida. He reveled in it. Tobirama tried to tease him for how love-struck he was, but Hashirama would only look pointedly at Kakashi, lounging yet again in the corner of Tobirama's workspace. At that point his brother would usually shut up and return to his research, trying very hard to pretend he wasn't flustered. Hashirama would look over and find Kakashi watching him, his hair crinkled in a conspiratorial smile. It took 8 months after being reborn for the first spring to come around. They had arrived in the summer, and so caught up in Tenzo was he that Hashirama didn't even notice the spring equinox passing him by. It wasn't until Tobirama came to him and quietly showed him the pink blossoms in his palm that he realized he hadn't given a single thought to his soul tree in weeks. When his brother left to go find Kakashi, Hashirama finally looked at the fist he had made while they spoke, wanting to wait until he was alone to look. He knew what he hoped would be there, but what if it wasn't? It didn't matter, he decided. If his soul tree was unchanged, he would continue to love Tenzo, and love him he did. He hadn't said as much yet, but he knew what was in his own heart. Hashirama slowly relaxed his fingers, uncurling them one by one. Then he gasped, feeling his heart soar. Pretty pink petals bloomed in his palm, stretching out across the skin underneath each finger. Tez pricked his eyes as he traced down the brown trunk with his opposite hand, more relieved than he had been in either of his lifetimes, more happy than he had known was possible. There was no doubt in his mind who this mark was for. It could be no one but Tenzo. Filled with excitement and eager to speak to the man that he was certain was his soulmate, Hashirama hurried from his home and headed towards Tenzo's apartment. The brunette man opened his front door with a hesitant, hopeful smile. He was cradling one of his hands to his chest, and Hashirama beamed upon seeing him, reaching immediately for the hand he was holding so close to himself. When he turned it over, he was delighted to see pink petals upon tan skin that was almost as dark as his own. Tenzo blushed but did not protest when Hashirama pulled him close. "I had always dreamed of finding my soulmate someday," he murmured. "You were certainly worth the wait." He brushed their noses together simply for the sheer pleasure of hearing Tenzo's quiet laughter. Then he ducked in close to taste that laughter upon his lips. It tasted sweet, like happiness and dreams come true. Chapter 64, Obado Kakashi, the one where you hear each other's thoughts. Usually it was all but impossible to tell if two people were soulmates unless one asked. For others, however, it was endearingly easy to tell. The couple across from her definitely fell into the second category. Sakura kicked her swing back and forth gently as she watched them. Neither of them spoke as they came to a stop on the path not far from the swing set, but the silver-haired one nodded as if answering a question and gestured to a nearby bench. His black-haired companion stumped over on his crutches, prosthetic leg hanging loose at an awkward angle. The black-haired one lowered himself to the bench without help, exhaustion written in every line of his horribly scarred face. The silver-haired one, much too young looking to have hair that color, knelt at his feet to fiddle with the prosthetic, adjusting something she couldn't say. What she could see was how the sitting one's grimace faded away into what looked like a reluctant laugh, though no words had passed between them. The kneeling one smiled fondly and waggled his head back and forth. He looked like he was making some sort of point, but his lips weren't moving. They were communicating inside their heads, passing their voices back and forth directly into each other's minds as only soulmates could. Sakura watched with rapt attention. She had spoken silently to her own soulmate a few times, though she didn't know where they were, and she could only hope that someday she would find them and be as in sync as this couple in front of her so obviously was. Once the prosthetic leg had been refitted into the correct position, the silver-haired one sat on the bench next to his partner, cuddling up into his side with a soft smile. Then they simply sat and stared into each other's eyes. Occasionally an expression would flit across one face or another, reacting to something the other had thought. Sakura was distracted from the sight by the arrival of two of her friends. Naruto cleaned the swing next to her while Sasuke looked around to see what she was staring at so intently. He made a little surprised hum when he saw the two men. "Huh. Haven't seen them in a while." Sakura blinked and looked round. "Do you know them?" she asked, a little too excited to hear about a pair of strangers she had never even met. Sasuke nodded. "The one with the crutches is my cousin Obito. Bad car accident when he was about our age. The other one is his soulmate Kakashi." He paused, tilting his head. The universe really knew what it was doing with those two. "What do you mean?" "Obito was born deaf. Kakashi was born a mute. Kakashi's voice is the only one that Obito will ever hear, and Obito is the only one Kakashi can truly speak to. My mom says that sometimes Kakashi will listen to music and play it for Obito in his mind." Sakura thought she might cry, but she said nothing as Sasuke continued. "They both know sign language, but Kakashi usually speaks for them both since Obito's hands are busy with the crutches. I don't know much sign language, so I don't talk to them a lot, even when they do make it to the odd family dinner. But I asked him once if he minded Obito's scars, and he said something like, why should I mind? He is beautiful always. I dunno, they are just made for each other. Soulmates are like that, dumbass," Naruto commented from his swing. Sasuke growled and went over to punch in. Sakura ignored them both and looked back to the men on the bench, just in time to see them both break out in breathtaking smiles and Kakashi cooled down to kiss his partner. Obito leaned into it, and Sakura suddenly realized what it was about these two that had first drawn her eye. It was how comfortable they were, how confident and assured. Obito was missing one of his legs, wearing a replacement made from synthetic materials, and half of his face was twisted beyond all recognition. Yet he stood as straight as anyone else, asked for affection from his partner without no fear of whether or not he would receive it. He was comfortable in who he was and not hesitant in his love at all. And Kakashi, bless his heart, he looked at Obito like he was the whole world. Sakura watched as the pair of them finally stood up again, Obito making his way along on crutches and Kakashi walking casually at his side, hands in his pockets. Her eyes followed them until they were at the park and out of her sight, but they stayed in her mind for a long time afterwards. Someday, she promised herself, she would have a love like Kakashi and Obito. Chapter 65, Kakashi Guy, the one where you hear each other's thoughts. Turning 16 was a big deal for everyone. Turning 16 meant establishing a connection with your soulmate, able to hear their thoughts for the first time. If you were the first to turn 16, then you would get to listen to them when they accidentally projected, but you wouldn't be able to speak back until they reached the same age and developed their own connection. Kakashi was turning 16 tonight. The 15th of September was almost over, and he was sitting at home, alone, curled up on the futon that he dragged into the kitchen every night. It felt less lonely when he wasn't locked inside a cold bedroom. Tonight he hoped he would feel just a little less lonely as his mind reached out for the first time to the one he would spend the rest of his life with. He was nervous in a way most people wouldn't think he could be, given his reputation for being cold-hearted. He was worried about who would be on the other end. Would it be someone from another village? Would it be an enemy he had already met and fought with, someone that circumstances would forever keep him apart from? There was an entire genre of movies and bad novels surrounding the idea of destined soulmates kept apart by fate yet longing for each other across their private connection. Kakashi would know, he had seen them all, read them all, soaked in the love stories like a sponge soaking up water. He wrapped his arms around his bent knees and watched the clock tick slowly through the final minute. In 30 seconds he would know, sort of. Maybe. There was a chance he would be the first to connect and his soulmate might not be projecting right now. The moment the second hand reached the top of the clock and he officially had been alive for 16 years, it was like a radio turning up inside his head. Ian, let me in, let me in, let me in, let me in, dash. Kakashi's one visible eye twitched. That voice sounded much too familiar and it perfectly matched the chakra signature that had been prowling restlessly around his apartment building for the last hour. It had stopped just outside his door 10 minutes ago and Kakashi felt a little lightheaded as he struggled to his feet to go open it. He had barely twisted the door handle when it burst open from the other side and he was bowled over by a large green blur. When the world righted itself again, he found himself splayed out on his back with Might Guy kneeling over him on all fours, wide excited grin splitting his face. His hair was oddly messy, not quite as bowl-shaped as usual. Kakashi wondered if they had ever been this close to each other outside of a spa before and how he had never noticed how much bigger Guy was than him. They were close in height yet Guy had much more mass than he did. Eternal rival. Kakashi grunted, too surprised for actual words. Now we will truly be rivals for all of eternity. And now he sighed, his natural sassiness overriding the shock. I don't think that's the point of soulmates, Guy. True. The other boy looked at him with his smile softening into something small and private. We will also be soulmates for all of eternity, and if I do not love you more than anyone else in this world, then I shall give you 100 kisses every day. He spoke without his usual volume yet lost none of the intensity. Kakashi gaped at him, unsure of how to respond. My birthday was a long time ago, silly genius. I've been waiting for this, so don't you ruin it for me. He hadn't even had time to consider that. Guy's birthday was the 1st of January where Kakashi's was midway through September. He wondered how this excitable young man had kept such a thing to himself for so long. He didn't bother wondering why. Kakashi knew himself well enough to admit that he was a flighty person, as likely to run as he was to accept things and wait patiently for his own birthday. Ma, can you hear me? As clear as day, rival. If I kiss you, will you promise to never call me rival when we talk this way? He wasn't sure his heart was fully prepared to withstand the fondness of the look on Guy's face as he responded, of course, dearest Kakashi. He allowed the slightly older boy to pull his mask down without a fight, gave him a moment to stare in wonder, then sat up just far enough to press their lips together. It made sense, he thought. A beautiful, puzzle pieces fitting seamlessly together kind of sense. Guy had always been there for him, right from the start. It was Guy that picked him up when he had fallen to his lowest points. It was Guy that he went to celebrate his highest joys. And it was Guy that he wanted to spend every moment of the rest of his days with. Rivals. Soulmates. It didn't matter to him. As long as they were together. Chapter 66, Madara Tobirama, the one we meet in your dreams. Neither of them could remember the first time they met in the dreams. Madara was only 2 years old and Tobirama had come into the world only hours before, strangely silent and colorless. Mostly they ignored each other. Tobirama stared thoughtlessly at the soothing colors around them while Madara contemplated the complexities of his toes. By the time Tobirama was 3 and Madara was 5, they had exchanged names and built an incredible world inside their own private dreamscape. The sky was green and the grass was blue. Buildings taller than mountains rose in the distance and they laughed together as they played in a purple ocean. It was here in this incorporeal world that Tobirama took his first steps, learned his first words. It was here that he made his first friend, the boy that greeted him with a smile every time he fell asleep. Little Madara puffed his chest out proudly every time Tobirama squealed and ran to greet him with a hug, wondering how it was possible to have so much love for such a small person. When Madara was 8 years old, he made his first kill, and a strangely solemn 6-year-old Tobirama held him as he wept. They spent their drained that night wandering through the jungles that Tobirama had created, with wild branches and twisting trunks, some with eyes and others with multicolored leaves. Of the two of them, the younger seemed to have the wilder imagination. Madara vowed that he would kill as many people as it took to protect his innocent little friend and let his imagination keep growing. When Tobirama turned 9 and Madara 11, neither of them could be called innocent anymore. Their conversations often turned to the art of war, and they spent many nights holding hands in the drains as they shared the pain of losing their brothers. Madara told Tobirama of a friend he had made in the waking world, a stupid boy with a bad haircut who taught him to skip rocks on the Naka River. Tobirama was silent and thoughtful, saying nothing more that night until he pressed himself in Madara's side with a quiet "good morning" before disappearing from their dreamscape. Madara's hand traced the air where the other boy's form had been only moments ago, missing him already. It was only hours later that his life changed forever. The afternoon sun was hot above his head and Hashirama was sulking at something Madara had said when the leaves across the river parted to reveal a small boy. He was skinny and underfed, yet the muscles in his arms spoke of hours spent on the training field. His skin was ice white and his hair the same, making the red of his solemn eyes stand out like bloody stars. Tobirama. Madara and Hashirama both looked at each other in surprise, having called out the boy's name at the same time. "How do you know my soulmate?" he demanded. "How do you know my brother?" Hashirama cried, almost over top of him. The two of them continued to stare at each other in bewilderment as Tobirama silently picked his way across the river. When he made it to the shore where they were standing, he walked right up to Madara and slid thin arms around his waist, burying a tiny head in his chest. Madara looked down at him in awe, dropping the skipping stones he had been holding in favor of enfolding this boy in his embrace. "Tobirama," he whispered, unable to believe he was really here. "All this time, you've been this close. I can't believe I know your brother." Tobirama's head nodded and his familiar voice graced Madara's ears for the first time outside of a drain. "You talked about your new friend last night, so I followed brother here today." He pulled away a little bit and fixed Madara with a single raised brow. "You're an Uchiha, aren't you?" Madara swallowed harshly at the question. They had deliberately never exchanged last names. If they had never met before, then it was almost certain their clans were at war, and they had agreed that they didn't want that to taint their bond. "I am. And you?" "A crap," Hashirama said from beside them, smacking his forehead with one hand. "Todi, your soulmate is an Uchiha. Dad's gonna lose his mind." "That's very interesting, you idiot, but it doesn't answer my question." Madara gave his friend a stink eye, but the expression melted away into an adoring smile when Tobirama squirmed in his arms to get his attention. Beautiful bright red eyes looked up at him, and for a moment he almost didn't hear the boy speaking, so lost was he in staring at them. "We are from the Senju clan," Tobirama told him. When the words did manage to sink in, Madara felt his spine stiffen. "That complicates things," he said faintly. Hashirama slumped his shoulders, sitting down on the riverbank and curling around his knees as if he were the one affected by this. Madara remembered bonding with him over how much they both loved their younger siblings, how they would both do anything to protect them and see them happy. They had talked about peace. They had shared a vision for the future in which their clans could put down arms and work together, maybe even build a village with some of the other warring clans. Peace would spread across the land, and never again would a brother have to watch his younger sibling die. Never again would soulmates be kept apart by family loyalties. "But we'll find a way," he murmured determinedly after some time. He smiled as he looked back down into his precious soulmate's eyes. He had been dreaming of these eyes every night for his entire life, and he wanted to keep dreaming of them every night for the rest of it. "We'll find a way. We'll make peace. Now that I know where you are, I won't let anything keep us apart." Tobirama narrowed his eyes in that thoughtful way he had, like he was chewing over something in his mind. In the end he tapped his head under Madara's chin again, obviously relishing in their first actual physical contact. "You're almost as overdramatic as Hashirama." Hashirama called him mean, and Madara started shouting about how offensive that comparison was, but Tobirama only smiled and closed his eyes. He agreed with Madara, of course. He wouldn't let anything keep them apart. Chapter 67, Minato Kakashi, the one where you cancel out each other's powers. There is a young man that lives in the apartment next to his. He's a few years older than Kakashi, though he's never held that over the younger's head. He is bright and kind, and Kakashi would give his life for the other in a heartbeat. It takes him until he is 17 to discover that they are soulmates. He'd been wishing it were true since he was 5 years old. Minato has a smile that can lift his heart from even the darkest of the places that it falls to. He has strong arms that give the best of hugs. And he has a mind quick enough to keep up with someone 3 years younger yet somehow going through the same college course. They had attended high school together as well. After Kakashi skipped a few grades, his mind too far advanced for his age mates. Kakashi is never far from Minato's side, worshipping silently as his friend dates the occasional girl yet never any boys. He's waiting for the day his power manifests to tell him that this perfect creature cannot possibly belong to him, dreading it more and more as he falls deeper and deeper in love. A week after his 17th birthday, he is hanging out with Minato when his friend gets a call. Some distant relative has passed away and the funeral will be held in a week on the other side of the country. He'll need to fly out in the next few days, leaving Kakashi behind. It will be the first time they've been separated for more than a day since Kakashi was 7 years old, but he doesn't allow his disappointment to show. Minato was not close to the one who passed, but it would still be disrespectful to make this about himself. "I'll text you when you get there, okay?" Minato says when Kakashi drops him off at the airport half a week later. He nods, smiling, glad his friend knows that he will worry. Tell the pilot not to fly too fast, he's carrying precious cargo. Minato calls him adorable and gives him a one-armed hug before turning and striding away. Kakashi feels like he's watching his heart walk away from him, and for some reason he can't shake a strange feeling of foreboding. He has the strangest notion that Minato leaving is going to change his life irrevocably, and the darkness that lurks inside him swells up, poisoning his mind with frantic, inescapable thoughts. He's going to die, Kakashi thinks. He's never going to come back. I've lost him. He wishes he couldn't see so many guards standing around, their gazes sharp as they eyed the crowd suspiciously. If they weren't there, Kakashi would have hurried after Minato, ticket or no ticket, and begged him to stay. As it is, all he can do is turn and go home, a pit of dread hanging heavy in his stomach. It takes 2 days for him to figure out why Minato leaving will change him. It takes walking home alone with dark thoughts distracting him from his surroundings and getting held at gunpoint by a desperate man on an abandoned side street. It takes fearing for his life and the nervous twitch of a trigger finger. It takes Minato putting hundreds of miles between them. These are the things that it takes for Kakashi to hold out both hands and gather lightning at his fingertips, searing the man in front of him so badly that he will have surely scars for a lifetime. He calls the police and his knees are too weak to flee the scene. They find him kneeling on the pavement with jolts of electricity jumping between his fingers, panic in his eyes. They bring him in and he gives his statement sitting in a room with the only officer he is willing to allow close to himself, one who has the power to heal herself. In the end they let him go home, but the story makes the news. Minato is home by noon the next day, sweat dripping from his forehead and worry radiant on his face. "Kakashi," he calls, letting himself into the younger boy's apartment. "Kakashi, it's me." "Minato." At the sound of his friend's voice, so small and so scared, he hurries down the hall to the tiny, cramped bedroom. "Go away." Kakashi cries, pressing himself up against the opposite wall with his hands behind his back. "Go away, I don't want to hurt you." Minato smiles. "You could never hurt me," he says. Kakashi shakes his head vehemently. "I didn't mean to, Mina, I really didn't. I didn't mean to burn him." "I know, Kakashi." He moves to step closer, but Kakashi stops him with a shout. "No. Stay there. I really don't want to hurt you. I don't know how to control it." "Like I said, you could never hurt me," Minato insisted. "Do you want to know something? I saw you on the news just this morning and I was so worried for you. So worried, in fact, that I reacted without thinking. I just stood up and left, went outside and started running. I thought to myself, Kakashi will need me, and I just ran." Kakashi furrows his brows and tilts his head. "You can't run all the way across the country in less than half a day, Mina," he protests. Minato arches one eyebrow at him. "And yet I did. I've never run so fast in my life. I don't think anybody has ever run so fast before." Kakashi scoffs, his entire body still taut with tension. "That's impossible, Mina." "Not if that's my power," Minato points out. Kakashi looks at him with wide eyes. "Strange, don't you think, that you would discover your power only when I'm gone and that I would do that same?" He steps forward again, but Kakashi seems stunned into silence and says nothing to stop him this time. And very strange that the closer I got to home, the slower I was able to run. Show me your hands, Kakashi. My hands. Kakashi's voice is faint, but he does as he is asked, looking startled to see completely normal hands held out in front of himself. But they wouldn't stop, Mina. The lightning wouldn't stop. Minato reaches out and slides his own fingers in between Kakashi's, smiling. Of course it stopped, he says. I'm here now. You mean Kakashi can't bring himself to say it, so Minato steps close until their noses are nearly touching and says it for Hen. Because we are soulmates. He smiles at the sharp breath Kakashi takes in. I always wondered why my power never showed up. But it never had a chance to. You've been right here all this time. Mina, Kakashi whispers. It's just his silly childhood nickname and nothing else, but Minato can hear the raw emotion behind it, and he wonders how long Kakashi has been in love with him without him noticing. He's powerless to stop himself from closing that last inch that separates them and taking the Undertane's mouth in a kiss, tracing his lips with a hot tongue and groaning at the fireworks going off in his head. This feels so right, so very meant to be. He feels a little stupid for not realizing what has been right here in front of him the whole time. Kakashi, evidently, was much closer to it than him, but not even the pale genius figured out the truth. They are soulmates, two beings whose souls resonate so perfectly that their powers are cancelled out when they are close together. You're not disappointed? Kakashi murmurs when Minato takes a moment to try to catch his breath to calm his madly racing heart. Why would I be disappointed? He asks incredulously. Kakashi shrugs. It's good that you cancel out my power, the younger points out. I can't hurt anybody as long as I have you with me, and that's a good thing. But your power is something you would probably enjoy. You could be having fun with it if not for me. Minato shakes his head and kisses the corner of Kakashi's mouth. The only time that I will ever need to run that fast is to make my way back to your side, he says. Kakashi looks so touched that he doesn't seem to know what to do with it. Minato rests their foreheads together and gives him all the time he needs to collect his wayward emotions. He promises silently to both himself and his newly discovered soulmate that he will spend the rest of his life giving Kakashi whatever he needs. Chapter 68, Gaara and Naruto, the one where you can feel their emotions through your soul mark. Naruto never touched his soul mark. He had no idea why everyone always thought they were such amazing things when it only brought to him the same negative emotions he already felt in his daily life. When Naruto touched his soul mark, he was bombarded with sadness, loneliness, anger. The older he got, the more intense those emotions became until they transformed into rage, hatred, even bloodlust. So Naruto learned not to touch the mark in the crook of his arm, only brushing past it when he had to clean himself or by accident. He picked himself out a nice jacket and tried to wear it as often as possible, even inside his own sad apartment. He lamented that his soulmate seemed to have had a life similar to his own, broken from the beginning with no one to help them heal, and he wished often that he could offer comfort even as he knew it would be next to impossible to find them. He was 12 when things started to change, shortly after the Chunin exams, which began the downfall of his own chain. As Naruto watched his best friend get darker and darker by the day, he noticed that each time he brushed against his soul mark, the emotions he received were getting lighter and lighter. It was such a strange thing that by the time he had left his village with Jiraiya, he had begun a new ritual of deliberately pressing his finger to his mark each night before bed just to feel the slowly calming emotions from the other end of the connection. Somewhere out there, his soulmate was finally healing. And Naruto was glad. It took 2.5 years before he made it back home, only to be told that his fellow Jinchuriki Gaara of the Sand had been kidnapped and was about to become a sacrifice for the Akatsuki. Naruto, of course, rushed off to help his friend the moment he was given permission to. It was a long journey to Suna, and when they arrived they found a dying Kankura. Feeling on edge, he sought comfort by pushing up his sleeve and running a thumb over his soul mark, only to flinch away as he received the sensation of incredible pain. Wherever they were, his soulmate must have been injured as well. Naruto swallowed, a sense of foreboding filling him and making him even more restless. He felt at the moment Gaara died. Naruto's world shifted under his feet as his arm burned and he watched his soul mark begin to fade. Not even Konoha's #1 knucklehead ninja could fail to see the coincidence that his soulmate would die right then. For the first time in his life, Naruto wished he was just a little bit dumber, that he couldn't put two and two together. He wished he didn't know that he had failed his mission, that he had failed his soulmate, before he even got a chance to try. Rage and pain and lost opportunities made him reckless, and Naruto saw red the moment he laid eyes on Gaara's corpse, so casually defiled by the Akatsuki member using him as a bench. Naruto chased the man out of the cave and let Kakashi-sensei tear his arms off with the new form of his Sharingan. He felt hollow afterwards. Killing the ones who had killed Gaara did not bring his poor soulmate back to life, because no matter how much he wished to, he couldn't give their lives in exchange. But Lady Chie could. Later he would remember her sacrifice with tears of gratitude in his eyes, but right at that moment all Naruto could feel was ecstatic as he watched Gaara's eyes flutter open to meet his own. He glanced down at his arm to see the faded soul mark reappearing and knew without a doubt that he had been correct. Gaara was his soulmate. He brushed at the mark and felt confusion, relief, happiness, longing, bashfulness, gratitude, an overwhelming cocktail that his friend did not seem to be processing very well until Naruto knelt down and took his hand. He could see the mark at the base of the other's palm, and he smiled as he drew Gaara's other hand over and encouraged him to touch it. The redhead's eyes widened. Naruto? Gaara's black-rimmed eyes were wide as they stared up at him. What is this? Can you feel it, Gaara? Can you feel how happy I am? Naruto smiled so wide that it squeezed his eyes shut, and he began to laugh, pure joy bubbling up until it spilled out from between his lips. You had us worried half to death, you know. I'm really glad you're okay. When he looked, Gaara was watching him with an odd expression, fingers still pressed to his mark and seemingly unwilling to let go. And I'm really glad you're my soulmate. He paid no attention to the gasps that came from the large group of people surrounding them. He was too busy smiling and laughing and throwing himself down to wrap Gaara in a tight hug. It took a long moment of hesitation before he felt the other returning the hug. With his arms around Gaara's neck, he reached out and pressed his soul mark. Then he buried his face in Gaara's hair and smiled, feeling the rising tides of emotion filling them both: happiness, belonging, love. Chapter 69, Madara Tobirama, the one where a censor will die if rejected. As a toddler, Tobirama hadn't understood why the world was so bright, so overwhelming. He hadn't understood why no one else seemed affected. By the time he was 3, he understood that he was a censor and that this was both a blessing and a curse. True censors were rare, and the Senju clan were blessed to have one born in their midst. Tobirama had the ability to feel chakra in nearly all living things, differentiate them from each other, and assess the strength of each signature. As he grew older, he developed the even rarer ability to sense emotions from those chakra signatures if he concentrated hard enough. He was the strongest censor ever to be born in Fire Country, able to feel a single individual 4 days' travel away. On the other hand, censors were in a way cursed as well. Each true censor was born with a soulmate, a perfect other half that existed to help them deal with the overwhelming sensations that constantly bombarded them. The touch of one's soulmate would ground a censor, help them deal with the overload of information, and help them process it to even greater effect than they would be able to achieve on their own. Everything comes with a price, however, and the price of true love was that in finding them, a censor was forever bound. If rejected, a censor's chakra system had a way of overloading, burning itself out until they passed away in overwhelming agony. Tobirama had hoped to never find his soulmate. He had gotten very used to the world being too bright around him, used to the headaches and the tension in his shoulders from not being able to stop receiving so much information. He thought it was better just to go on like that rather than surrender his fate into the hands of someone who may not even want him. He was lucky to survive 21 years without finding out that his soulmate had been in front of him the entire time. Madara had never viewed him as more than Hashirama's younger brother, the nuisance who faced Azuna on the battlefield whenever their two clans clashed. Tobirama, in return, saw Madara as nothing more than the one who had stolen away his brother's time and affection only to give back nothing but pain. In short, they didn't have very high regard for each other. Not even when Madara finally agreed to peace and the building of their dream village did either give any special thought to the other. It wasn't until the Uchiha clan finally migrated to Konoha that things changed. The Senju had been living there for quite some time already, as their head of clan used his unique jutsu to create homes, offices, playscapes, a school, a hospital, everything imaginable that a village could possibly need. Day by day he grew his dreams from seed to reality. Tobirama watched it happen with a smile on his face which faded only when Madara stood across from him, Hashirama between them with wide, pleading eyes. "We are at peace," his brother insisted. "The two of you need to learn to get along. Madara, Azuna has agreed to be polite with Tobirama, why can't you do the same? All the times he attempted to take my brother's life are not so easily forgotten," Madara huffed, arms crossed. "Izuna has always been more forgiving than I. If you are truly my friend, Madara, you will try to get along with him. For my sake. At the very least you two can pretend to make peace to set an example for others." Hashirama turned the full dose of his famous puppy eyes on his old friend and Madara gave him a disgusted look. Then he capitulated because even big bad Uchihas could not stand against prolonged exposure to Hashirama's puppy eyes. The younger Senju brother eyed the hand that was reluctantly held out towards him for a moment, almost considering not taking it. There wouldn't be many that would blame him for being suspicious of ulterior motives. It wasn't worth the dramatics of a refusal though, so he reached out his own hand and clasped Madara's. And the world went quiet. Tobirama's eyes went wide and unfocused, breathless at the sudden peace within him. He felt weightless, calm. His mind felt so blissfully clear and sharp that he thought he would have been able to solve any problem handed to him right in that moment. It took a couple full minutes for him to realize that he had simply been standing there swaying on the spot, his hand crushingly tied around Madara's. The Uchiha was staring at him with trepidation while his brother called his name, his voice heavy with concern. By the look in Madara's eye he knew that something had just happened between them, though he didn't seem to know exactly what. As soon as it registered in Tobirama's brain what it was, he was filled with dread. So this is how I die, he thought. "Brother. What's wrong?" Hashirama hovered near him, hands out and fluttering as if he wanted to help but wasn't sure how to. "Everything went quiet," Tobirama said distantly. "I can see. Feel. It's all very sharp." He wasn't sure he had better words for it at the moment. His brother broke out into a massive grin that Tobirama wasn't sure the situation warranted. "That means Madara is your soulmate. You found your match, brother. That's incredible." Madara didn't seem to think so. In fact, he looked rather repulsed. He snatched his hand back with obvious intent and Tobirama grunted, doubling over in pain. "Tobirama." His brother reached out to steady him while he grit his teeth together. If before he had lived in discomfort, then what he felt now was agony. It felt like microscopic knives tearing him open from the inside out. "I'm fine, shut up," he gasped out. The last thing he wanted was to look weak, no matter that it was the truth at the moment. Madara watched him but did nothing. Hashirama helped him stand straight again, wincing when he momentarily scrunched his face at another wave of pain. "You're not fine," his brother refuted him. "You are, oh. Madara, how could you? How could I what? I've done nothing. You'll kill him." Tobirama wanted to tell them both to shut up. If this was how he was going to die, then he wanted to do so in peace. He could barely keep his eyes open, but he managed to see the way Madara was looking at him, like his death wasn't necessarily considered a bad thing. Then the Uchiha looked over at Hashirama to see how horrified he was, the terror in his face at the prospect of watching his only remaining brother die in his arms. Madara lived to protect his own little brother, even Tobirama knew that. Perhaps it was seeing himself in Hashirama's shoes that moved him to mercy or pity or whatever it might have been which inspired him to relent. He made sure to show his reluctance, however, by rolling his eyes and sighing. "Whatever," he mumbled, stepping forward to take hold of Tobirama's wrist. The pain didn't exactly go away, but it lessened to the point that he was capable of hiding it. Tobirama smoothed his face and forced his shoulders to lower until he appeared calm and relaxed. He and the older man held each other's eyes, and Tobirama knew without a doubt that Madara had only saved his life for the sake of his brother. It wasn't a true acceptance, but it wasn't a true rejection either. Madara accepted that they were soulmates but did not accept him as a partner, and it left Tobirama in a strange state of limbo he'd never heard of before. He did not die, but he lived in constant pain, even worse than before he had discovered who his supposed perfect other half was. He made sure no one knew, not even Hashirama. He presented himself to the world as calmly as he ever had. After all, he had plenty of years of practice holding in the pain. He existed in this half-state for several years, the agony only lessening on the rare occasions Madara deigned to sit close enough that their skin brushed. He was able to mitigate it somewhat by carving chakra suppression seals into a pair of iron bands that he wore around his wrists. It didn't stop the pain and he could wear them nowhere but inside the village, but it blocked the copious information from the chakra networks around him and made it easier to bear. There was one thing about his situation, however, that nothing could make easier to bear. The thing about finding one's perfect other half was that the knowledge of this was never far from one's mind. Tobirama's thoughts were constantly circling back to the possibilities, the what-ifs. He paid extra attention to Madara now, almost without meaning to, and he hated that he began to notice things. He hated noticing the pleasing shape of Madara's eyes, the caring manner in which he spoke of his sibling, the proud way he fought against slander towards his clan. Tobirama hated himself for running his eyes down the other's long legs or remembering how it had felt to hold his hand. Most of all, Tobirama hated himself for falling in love. It was all too obvious that Madara did not truly want him and never would, that he had been granted only a slower death instead of a quick one. Chronic pain had a way of wearing on a body and Tobirama was certain that there had never been a pain like his own. If he were anyone else he would have ceased to function. On the 4th anniversary of Hashirama being named Hokage, Tobirama slipped away from the celebrations and into the public gardens. It was quiet here, peaceful, yet not quiet enough. Tobirama slid one of his carved armbands out from the pocket of his yakata, sliding it onto his wrist and closing his eyes as the brilliant star of the gathered villagers sipped away from him. He sighed in relief and slumped onto a nearby bench. He would have gone home hours ago if it weren't for his brother. Hashirama had been trying to get him to lighten up the entire evening, a difficult task with Madara trailing along at the man's other side, smug expression firmly settled on his features. Tobirama did his best to avoid his soulmate when possible. Those two were making that impossible to do tonight. With his senses blocked out he could feel no one approaching. He did not feel the two signatures approaching from the east. And he did not feel the smaller one approaching from the north. He was entirely surprised to open his eyes and find the pale lavender of the Hyuga staring up at him from only inches away. He stiffened, leaning away with a frown to take in the sight of the young girl before him. She wore a brown yukata with a splash of pretty pink flowers across the sleeves. Her long hair was tied back loosely and she was looking back at him with slight confusion. "You didn't feel me coming, Senju-sama?" she asked. He lifted his wrist. "Chakra suppression seals," he said shortly. "I feel nothing." "Oh." The look in the girl's eyes was wistful, slightly jealous. "I wish I could feel nothing. I wanted to ask you some advice, Senju-sama." He tilted his head. "You're a censor," he surmised. She nodded. "I am. And the whole village knows you're a censor too. Can you help me?" Without answering right away, Tobirama reached into his pocket and pulled out the twin to the cuff he wore on his wrist. The girl's eyes latched onto it greedily and she nearly cried when he slid it onto her wrist. He watched with a great deal of understanding as she closed her eyes, tension slowly draining out of her as her face went slack with the bliss of silence. He allowed her as long as she needed to recover, to open her eyes and meet his again with a slightly sheepish expression. Then he waved away her profuse thanks. "Keep it. I can make another. Is that the help you wished for?" "Actually, I had hoped Senju-sama might provide me with advice." She looked at him hopefully and Tobirama lifted an eyebrow. "My advice to you as a censor would be not to go looking for your soulmate," he said. She stared and he sighed softly. "Perhaps you would be luckier than I, perhaps your soulmate will want you. But it's a calculated risk. Are you willing to place your life into the hands of another?" "I was not. And I was right to try not to." "You mean dash?" Dainty little hands flew up in front of a dainty little mouth. "Are you dying, Senju-sama?" Tobirama shrugged. "My situation is rather unique and it will take me quite a lot longer than it should, but yes. I will die." "Does it hurt?" She sounded terrified, but Tobirama believed in telling children the truth. He nodded and she was silent for a long while before asking very quietly, "Can I see?" "See? How does one see pain?" he wondered. Then he understood when she blinked her large, pale eyes. "Ah. We would need to remove these again in order to do that," he said, tapping at the bracelet he wore. "Right. She slipped his off right away, swaying as information rushed in and flooded her senses again. Tobirama stared at her even as he slipped his own off. It could be quite a disorienting experience the first few times, and it never stopped feeling unpleasant. He himself didn't bother to concentrate on sorting any of the input. There were too many signatures all gathered in one place for him to make out individuals from the harsh bright blur. When she had collected herself, he sat still as veins bulged out along her temple. She blinked, obviously not very skilled at using her client's jutsu yet, then gasped as he apparently came into focus. So much pain, Senju-sama, I've never seen anything like it. I don't want to feel like that. I'm scared. Her jutsu faded as tears gathered and Tobirama slid both of their bracelets back on before reaching out to brush at her hair without thinking. Many might call him cold-hearted, but if there one thing he couldn't abide, it was a crying child. Hush, you won't feel this, he assured her. As I said, my situation is rather unique. I promise you will not live with this pain. It's all right. He dabbed at her eyes with the corners of his sleeves, unprepared for her next words. Do you love them? I'd what? He froze, arms extended and palms framing her tiny face. Your soulmate. If you dying, then that means they rejected you. Do you love them? Tobirama's arms fell back into his lap and he sat there, stunned. No one had ever asked him that before. In 4 years no one had ever thought to ask him how he felt about the man who had turned him away, no one but a child who feared the same fate. I do, he admitted in an uneven voice. God help me, but I do. The girl gave him a sympathetic look, looking a little startled at how shaken he was. For a moment all Tobirama could do was stare back at her helplessly. He did love Madara. And it hurt. It hurt almost as much as the pain that coursed through his veins every moment of every day. And it was just as likely to go on hurting until the day he bowed under the pressure and laid down to his final rest. Senju-sama. Are you okay? His tiny companion poked at his knee, concerned. He shook his head wordlessly. Keep the bracelet, little one, he mumbled. And good luck. With that, he rose and hurried away. He did not stay long enough to see his companion walk around a wall of tall bushes and nearly run into the Hokage and his best friend, both standing frozen in place with their jaws hanging somewhere around their knees. After the headache-inducing festival and the whirlwind of emotions kicked up by his encounter with that little girl, Tobirama holed himself up at home for the next few days. He wore his bracelet and shut out the world, locking himself in his lab where he could neither feel nor hear if anyone came knocking. He didn't really get much done, he never did these days, but puttering away at his experiments was one of the few comforts he had. On the 5th day he fell asleep at his workbench, face pressed into a book about the human nervous system. He woke to excruciating pain running down his spine and, thinking himself alone, cried out when he tried to sit up. Shit, fuck. His forehead slammed back down onto the work surface while his hands clenched uselessly where they were wrapped around his head. A pained whine escaped him only for his ears to redden a moment later when he heard someone speak from across the room. Tobirama. That was definitely Hashirama's voice. Are you okay? Footsteps hurried over to him and Tobirama drew in a long breath through his nose, forcing himself under control and slowly sitting up as if his spine weren't currently shattering itself underneath the skin. I'm fine, he said, grinding out the words. What are you doing here? We wanted to talk to you, but you haven't been answering your door, so I got worried. Hashirama wringed his hands together. I already replaced your door, to promise. You were asleep for a long time. Tobirama blinked sluggishly at his brother. You broke my door, he asked. Then, wait, who is we? Hashirama waved vaguely across the room and he very carefully turned around to see Madara looking rather uncomfortable, making himself as small as possible in a chair across the room and staring determinedly at the floor. He looked back to his brother and gave him a flat stare. The village had better be burning down around your ears, because if you've broken into my home toting him along behind you for something that isn't life-threatening, then I swear, brother or no brother, I will feed you your own teeth. Individually. Hashirama stared at him in flabbergasted horror, but Tobirama was more interested in the considering look he could see the other man wearing out of the corner of his eye. Strange. He set that aside in his mind and went back to glaring at his only remaining sibling, trying to impress upon him the doom that was about to be unleashed if this intrusion wasn't for something important. After a minute, Hashirama shook himself and put his hands on his hips, affecting a stern look. Life-threatening. It is life-threatening. It's threatening your life. The older man leaned down to get in his face, but Tobirama carefully wheeled his chair backwards to get away. What are you going on about? He snapped. I'm sleeping in my own laboratory. There's nothing threatening my life right now. You told that little girl you were dying. What? Tobirama's eyes widened. You were there. You were listening. You were eavesdropping on my conversation. He bit off every fragmented sentence like he hated the taste of it, and he did. He hated that his privacy had been violated in such a manner. Hashirama looked a little guilty but nodded. We didn't really mean to. I was looking for you and we found you when that girl startled you. I thought it was really strange that you hadn't sensed her coming. I thought you would have sensed us coming. And then... Tobirama could feel himself shaking, so many repressed emotions threatening to come spilling over the edges. And then you stood there, hiding from sight, and listened to a private conversation that you were not intended to hear. It was a hard struggle to keep a lid on himself. He rose from his chair, forcing his spine to straighten to his full height and holding the work table beside him with a white-knuckled grip. Get out, both of you. Now. Tobirama. You're dying. And he said, watching the older man's jaw snap shut in bewilderment at his answer. What of it? It cannot be changed and therefore is pointless to talk about. I told you to get out, why are you still here? I can't just sit back and watch you die. Well, you'll have to, he burst at last. There is nothing you can do. Nothing I can do. Without a soulmate who accepts them, a sensor will die, that is a fact of life. Be grateful you had this much extra time. Now get out. He let go of the workbench to reach for something, anything to throw at his sibling, hoping to chase him away with violence. His body chose that moment to send him a fresh wave of pain, more intense than he had ever felt before. With a startled cry, his knees buckled underneath him and he tumbled to the ground, gasping for air. Hashirama fell next to him and Tobirama hung his head in shame, hands fisting on the floor. Make him go, he pleaded quietly. Not quietly enough. You want me gone, Madara's voice said from much too close. He cracked open his eyes to see the other man's feet only a meter away. Tell me something. Are you truly in love with me? There was something about the way he spoke that Tobirama could not put his finger on, distracted as he was. He didn't sound as arrogant or as mocking as he usually would have. Not that Tobirama had the energy for a verbal spar today. All he had in him was a sigh. Yes, he said shortly. That one word felt like surrendering himself to the devil, signing over his soul and giving the Shinigami permission to do as he wanted. Madara knelt down in his peripheral vision, murmuring something to Hashirama that he didn't bother to listen to. Then you are just as stupid as I am. A large hand reached out in front of Tobirama's face and down to lay itself over his balled fist. The sensation that followed afterward was vaguely familiar, he had only experienced it once before in his entire life. The world went perfectly quiet and the tempest inside his body dissipated to nothing in an instant. Without the pain that had been holding him down for the past 4 years, he felt weightless. A peace the likes of which he had never known settled down around him, and, dazed, he began to fall forward. 2 sets of arms caught him, but one set easily relinquished their hold as the other pulled him back against a solid chest. Tobirama stared into the middle distance and blinked rapidly, trying to comprehend the lack of pain. He felt as if something were missing until he felt a tug on his wrist and the chakra suppression band was pulled off of him. Then suddenly the world existed in perfect clarity. He could feel everything. In perfect, precise detail. Which meant he could feel the chakra signature of the one who held him and how self-consciously hesitant it was. He looked up into Madara's unreadable face with no idea of what to say at first. You hated me, he said softly. Madara scoffed. Even I'm allowed to change my mind on occasion, he said. Then he shifted awkwardly. I may not be in love, but I find you interesting. You could have used your pain to cause me guilt. You could have used it to garner sympathy. You could lashed out in anger. You could even have given up and hurried your death to escape to the seemingly inevitable end. You did none of these things. What you did do was show kindness to a child you owed nothing and suffered in silence rather than cause trouble for others. Madara looked away. I admire the strength it took to do what you have been doing. It looked like it cost him a little of his pride to say it, and Tobirama wanted to smirk. He would have, too, if he could remember how to make any expression but an odd one. It was an entirely unique experience to feel overwhelmed by nothing but his own emotions, and he had no idea how to deal with it. So he simply closed his eyes and breathed, soft inhales in and out. Madara's scent filled his nostrils and his chakra enveloped Tobirama like a cloak, soothing and strangely calm. The older man might not be in love with him, but he accepted him, and, for now, that was more than enough. Tobirama, he heard his brother call in a worried voice. Are you okay? Yes. Yes, I'm fine. And for the first time in his life he meant it. He felt good. He opened his eyes again and looked up at Madara once more. The future felt pretty good too. Chapter 70, Tobirama, the one where you have the age you meet on your wrists. He was in the middle of a meeting of the village's clan heads when it happened, a bright flash of light and the cracking, rending sound of space and time being torn apart. Every person in the room leapt away from the source, assuming battle stances and bringing to hand the weapons that they weren't technically supposed to have on them during these meetings. When the light cleared, they were all left blinking in confusion. Why hadn't Tobirama gotten out of the way like the rest of them had? He was standing in the center of the room, looking around with no more than a mildly curious expression. Something was off, however. Tobirama had come to the conference in formal robes, just as the rest of them had. So how was he now wearing nothing more than casual dark pants and a short-sleeved yukata top, mesh undershirt peeking out from beneath? Fascinating, Tobirama murmured. Rather, an identical voice answered from one corner of the room. I hadn't thought it worked. Heads whipped around to see a second Tobirama. This one was obviously the original. He was dressed the same as before, and he was standing in front of his brother, guarding the Hokage like a good sibling should. He didn't look at all distressed by having a copy of himself staring him right in the face, however. It's possible he was used to it as the creator of the Cage Bunshin, which had immediately been forbidden upon its conception. But where did this one come from? The only man in the room who knew how to work this jutsu had been standing in front of them all and outlaying the itinerary of their discussions that day. If he had made any hand signs, everyone in the room would have seen it. He was fast, but not that fast. Both Tobiramas hummed as the original stepped forward to walk around the copy, inspecting him from all angles. It was an instant process for you. It was. I certainly hope you kept your notes on this, the copy replied. Of course. Do I ever dispose of my notes? No. True. You say you believed this to be a failure. There was no indication of success. I thought the clone to have dispersed sometime during the journey. I had many speculations as to why the memories were never returned to me. Shall I disperse now? I have other questions first. Heads whipped back and forth, from speaker to speaker, as the rest of the gathering watched Tobirama converse with himself as though this were an everyday occurrence. It was Madara who ran out of patience first, and not that this was such a large surprise. Madara was rather notorious for his lack of patience, even more so around the younger Senju brother. Enough, the head of the Uchiha clan snapped. What the hell is going on? Both Tobiramas turned to give him a long-suffering look. This experiment is integral to the future of shinobi kind as we know it, and I will thank you to keep your unwanted nose out of things that are above your cognitive abilities, the original scolded him. Madara bristled. You say that about every one of your damned experiments, and how many of them have been deemed too dangerous to use? Tobirama huffed, and both he and his double crossed their arms. You always get louder when you understand less. They both smirked. Not an attractive trait, Uchiha, but very telling. Madara growled, and his fingers curled into claws as he stepped forward to attempt thrashing the impertinent Senju. Luckily for the furniture and everyone else in the room, Hashirama stepped in to stop him before he got too far. I think it would be best to postpone the meeting until this new matter has been dealt with, the Hokage said to the room at large. Shall we reconvene tomorrow at 9 o'clock? He plastered on his most diplomatic smile and utilized his most reasonable tone, the combination that usually tricked people into believing he really was a responsible adult that was capable of running an entire village without the dramatics of a 5-year-old. It was obvious that the other client heads had no desire to leave. They were curious to see what would happen and hear an explanation as to why this copy had appeared so suddenly and spectacularly into the middle of their conference. But they did as they were bidden to anyway and allowed themselves to be herded out of the room, throwing strange looks over their shoulders at the two identical men standing in identical stances. Once Hashirama closed the door behind the Naruto representative, however, he bounded across the room towards his brother with an excitable grin. "Cool, Toby," he declared with unmitigated glee. "So where did he come from?" "The past, actually," Tobirama answered. His copy nodded. "It was an experiment trying to modify the Horatian seal I use for my teleportation," the second Tobirama explained. "I was attempting to go faster, break the limits of time. I set a seal upon myself and attempted to summon myself forward in time. I was not expecting to go so far forward, however." "How long has it been exactly?" 6 months, the original answered. The clone looked down at his wrist at the bold ink that depicted the number 25 on his skin. "Still of the same age then?" "And have you?" The original Tobirama shook his head. "No, I've not found them yet." "Ah. Hold on." Hashirama waved his hands around while Madara strolled over to settle at his side. He hadn't left with the others, but no one had actually expected him to. "You mean to say that you set yourself forward in time?" Both Tobiramas shook their heads while the original answered. "A clone of myself. If I had sent my actual self forward, I would have disappeared, brother." "Oh. That's true, isn't it?" Hashirama scratched at his head. "So, this means the experiment was a success then? You've actually invented time travel?" "Yes and no. It did not work as intended. I would require much more experimentation in order to feel safe allowing actual people to try this, but I stopped the research because it was heading into a dangerous area. Time travel, brother. Even if I could make it work, imagine the implications if my research was stolen. It's an area far safer left alone." He stopped when Madara snorted. "It's unlike you to actually think of how your actions will affect others," Madara sneered. "Are you sure you're feeling well, bastard?" "Madara." Hashirama powdered at his friend. "Be nice." "But you're right, Toby. I didn't think of that. So, now that he's here, what are you going to do?" Tobirama shrugged. "We spoke while you were clearing the room. I've asked all the questions I need to. Unless you have more to ask yourself, I shall allow him to disperse. It's good to know that I succeeded where I had thought I failed. Unfortunately, I am still of the opinion that this topic is far too dangerous to delve into. I doubt I have any questions that you didn't already ask, except," he hesitated as he looked to the copy of his brother. "What did it feel like?" "Time travel." The copy shrugged. "I felt the same as any other teleportation I have done. Perhaps the pulling sensation was a bit more intense. But it was nearly instantaneous, and I was unaware at first that I had gone so far forward. I was only meant to jump a few seconds, minutes at most." The two Tobiramas hummed and gave each other a look of disappointment. "It was meant for use in battle, and it's regrettable that it cannot be used, sir." "Oh." Hashirama looked a little disappointed at the anticlimactic answer. "Then, no, I suppose I don't have any more questions." The clone nodded, then simply stood there for a minute, blinking and looking confused. The original Tobirama tilted his head while his copy made the release seal several times, each with no result. Finally he said, "I cannot seem to disperse." "Explain," Tobirama demanded. "You are aware, from the memories of previous clients, that there is a sensation to dispersal. The feeling of the chakra leaving your body, returning to its original." He waited for his creator to nod before continuing. "That sensation is not happening. The release seal is attempting to throw my chakra, but it has nowhere to go. Perhaps because you are not, in fact, my original creator. You are you, of course, but you are a future version of yourself. And therefore a different person. Yes, I see your point." "Fascinating." Tobirama leaned in close, inspecting the mirror image of his own face. If you are unable to disperse, I wonder if you are permanent. Can you expend and recover chakra like a normal human? Can you take a wound without disappearing? Can you bleed and heal? We should return to the lab and test this, the copy exclaimed, an excited gleam in his eye. Absolutely. They both turned for the door, almost startled to see the other two men were still in the room. Is there two toadies now? Hashirama asked vaguely. Forever? Kami save us all, tell me it isn't true, Madara groaned. Both Tobirama sighed. Perhaps with two of us we'll finally have enough brainpower to figure out what your problem is, Uchiha, they grumbled at the same time. Then they looked at each other with a slight smirk and the original move to pat his clone proudly on the arm. The moment he touched the clone's skin, however, the room was lit up with light for the second time. It emanated from the matching marks on both of their wrists, the bold ink that announced to the world that Senju Tobirama would be 25 years old when he met his soulmate. The light was a sign that one had indeed found their soulmate. Yet, all Tobirama had done was touch his own shadow clone, one created months ago. One which now was unable to dispel itself. The two of them stared at each other, then at the ink that was slowly turning red on their wrists, both of their minds racing. And Hira thought he could not possibly get any more narcissistic, Madara said. What dash? Hashirama looked extremely confused. He's his own soulmate. His soulmate is himself. Madara snorted in disgust. Is that not the most narcissistic thing you've ever heard? Both Tobiramas continued to blink at each other, questions and theories running rapid through their minds. After a few minutes, though, they both came to the same conclusion: who else would be able to keep up with Tobirama but himself? No one else's mind could match his own, no one else's speed could match his own, no one else seemed to understand his obsessions or moods. It made sense. And it seemed as if this moment were fated. If his soulmate was himself, then this moment had been preordained. He was always meant to make a miscalculation which would send a shadow clone to the future and strand it there. Which opened up an entire new world of possibilities about fate and destiny and, more importantly, time loops. Lab, his copy asked excitedly. Lab, Tobirama replied. He would worry about the opinions of others later or never. He'd never cared about what others thought of him before, and he certainly wasn't about to start now. He was much too preoccupied with the world that was opening up before his eyes. The things he could do with two of himself. The experiments, the projects, the tests, the advancements. First thing, however, he needed to discover how hardy this clone was, how permanent. They would need to test chakra capacity, ability, speed, whether he could be injured and heal on his own, whether he was fully human to an ocular jutsu. Actually, he amended mentally as the two of them disappeared with a flicker. The first thing he needed to do was give his clone a name. They couldn't both be Tobirama. Chapter 71, Monado Kakashi, the one where you taste each other's food. Kakashi was aware that many people were under the impression that he did not like sweet things, and also that it was mostly his fault for telling them as much. The truth of the matter was that he very rarely craved sweet things because he got his fill of them so often from his soulmate. The bond they shared was constantly flooding his mouth with the taste of chocolate or dumplings or strawberry pocky. Kakashi got to enjoy all the flavor and none of the calories, and he kind of enjoyed the way it worked out. His metabolism wasn't half as active as most people thought it to be just by looking at how skinny he always was. At the moment Kakashi was lying on his back with his arms tucked up behind his head, licking his lips under the mask that hid them to enjoy the flavor of the candy his soulmate was currently tucking into. He was supposed to be watching over Naruto as the 11-year-old played by the river, and if asked he would protest that he was. He just wasn't paying as close attention as he could have been. Naruto had learned how to water walk from his father 3 years ago, and if he fell in the river at this point, then Kakashi thought it was more likely to be on purpose than by accident. Kakashi and I. Look what I found. He looked away from the clouds to see his young charge running up the hill towards him, something in his hand glinting in the sunlight. Naruto stumbled to a halt in front of him and grinned his over-wide Uzumaki grin, the one that always reminded Kakashi of the boy's mother. Then he held out his treasure with a hint of pride. I found it in the weeds. Ah, one of your dad's kunai. Good find, Neru-chan. Kakashi's eyes turned up in a smile as he ruffled the young boy's hair. Let's go show him. Naruto let out a whoop and dashed off towards the Hokage tower. Kakashi hauled himself upright and followed at a more sedate pace. Sometimes he tried to imagine what his life would have been like if he hadn't had Minato and Naruto. It was likely that he would have fallen into the darkest pits of personal hell, swimming in self-hatred over the things he had done. He thanked Kami every day that Minato had not decided to sacrifice himself to save the village the night his wife had died. The Ninetales had escaped in the moment of her death, and Minato had admitted a long time ago that he gave some serious thought to sealing half of the Demon Fox's chakra within himself using the Reaper Death Seal. Kakashi would forever be grateful and feel slightly guilty for it, that he had instead sealed the entirety of the beast within his newborn son. He wasn't entirely certain what his life would have been like without the two Sunshine Blondes in it, but he was certain that he didn't want to ever find out. Many people in the village had started calling him Naruto's second father because of how much time he spent with the Namikaze family. Kakashi pretended he didn't hear them, pretended that it didn't make him preen every time they said it. He loved Naruto like the boy really was his own son. And he loved Minato more than he had ever found the courage to say. Still, that didn't mean he was going to force himself into their lives in a role he had no business filling. His charge beat him to the tower, unsurprisingly, and had already crawled over the desk to fling himself into the Hokage's lap by the time Kakashi walked into the office. Kakashi licked the taste of chocolate off of his lips and grinned, wondering how fast his friend had had to move to hide away the treats he wasn't supposed to have at his desk. "Dad, guess what we found?" Naruto shoved a rusted, muddy kunai under his father's nose. Minato leaned back and crossed his eyes trying to see it. Then he grinned. "Ah." He chuckled. "Picking up your old man's trash, eh, Naruto?" His son laughed and Kakashi shook his head. "Would you like to join us for lunch? You seem hungry." He smiled calmly under Minato's suspicious look. "I don't know how you do that," the older man grumbled, "but yes, of course. I would never pass up an opportunity to have lunch with my two favorite guys." He waited for Naruto to hop off his lap before standing and shrugging out of his hari. Kakashi tilted his head curiously. "You don't know how to do what?" "I don't know how you always know when I'm hungry," his friend said. Kakashi lifted one eyebrow. "Because you start snacking on sweets when you get hungry." His statement received a half-hearted attempt at an affronted look. "What dash? Who said I was snacking on sweets? You were just eating chocolate." Minato gaped at him, then whined, "How did you know that? Can you smell it?" In return, Kakashi gave him a look that questioned whether or not all of his faculties were still working. "Smell it? I don't need to smell it when I can taste it." "You what?" The hari fell from his fingers 2 inches too early, missing its hanger and slumping into a pile on the ground. Minato didn't seem to notice or care. He stared at Kakashi with his eyes bugging out of his head while the younger man looked back at him in utter confusion. "What are you getting so upset about?" he asked. Minato twitched. "What do you mean you can taste it?" "Kakashi, that would make you my soulmate." "Well, yes. Probably because we are soulmates. Always have been." We what now?" Kakashi rocked back on his heels, ignoring the way Naruto's head bounced back and forth between them like he was watching a tennis match. "You didn't know that." "You did." Minato countered. Kakashi huffed. "Of course I did. I can see what you're eating. We're together all the time. Do you mean to tell me that you never put 2 and 2 together?" He'd known since he was a child, for Kami's sake. How could this man not know that his soulmate had been right there in front of him this entire time when Kakashi had figured it out almost 2 full decades ago? Minato flailed wordlessly for a few moments, too overwhelmed to make the words go. Then he gave vent to a strange wordless shriek. "No. I didn't know. How could you have known this entire time and not said anything? I thought you knew, obviously." Kakashi's exasperation was punctuated by Naruto's snort, drawing both of their attentions to the boy. "Dad's pretty loud. If he knew, wouldn't he have said something? He'd be talking about it all the time." It said something that Naruto, of all people, would call his father loud. Kakashi hummed and crossed his arms contemplatively. "I suppose you're right," he admitted. "I guess I just thought that it was one of those things you just don't talk about, you know." Why wouldn't Dad want you to talk about it? Well, I mean, he loved your mom, right? Kakashi shrugged. He doesn't love me. At least, not like that. Which means that even though we are soulmates, our relationship is platonic. So really we are just very close friends. I figured he was avoiding the subject to spare my feelings or something like that. The Hokage's jaw seemed to drop lower and lower with each sentence he spoke until all of the shock building up in his expression began to leak out as disconnected half-sentences. I don't dash. You're my dash. We are just dash. You think dash. But you dash. Gah. Finally he deflated with a large exhalation of breath. Can we just go to lunch? He asked faintly. Kakashi shrugged and led them out, feeling uncomfortable. He'd had no idea that Minato had no idea. That the older man was just realizing their situation now left them both in an uncomfortable position, especially since Kakashi may have given him just a little bit too much information on his side of the equation. The three of them were painfully quiet all through their meal at the ramen stand. Kakashi kept his head down and refrained from looking at the man he had long since considered his best friend. There might be 10 years between them, but neither spent half as much time with anyone else as they did with each other. Kakashi spent so much time at the Namikaze household that Minato had joked more than once that he should just move in and have done with it. And there had been times when Kakashi had seriously considered the offer. It would be nice, after all, not to go home to an empty apartment. There was always only one thing holding him back, that was the house where Minato had loved Kushina, the house in which he still loved Kushina. Her memory lingered in the very walls, and Kakashi knew that he did not belong there. Not when his heart longed to take his place at the other man's side, and not when Minato did not want the same. He felt more out of place than ever as the three of them headed back there after lunch, Minato sending a clone back to the office to continue chipping away at the never-ending mountains of paperwork still waiting for him. Naruto headed straight to his bedroom at a look from his father, leaving them alone in the living room. Kakashi stood next to the couch with his hands deep in his pockets and his shoulders up around his ears like he was trying to tuck into himself and be as small as possible. He hadn't felt unwelcome in this home since Rin and Obito's deaths, when he was young and scared and hurting, wondering if his sensei would blame him for things he had no control over. Now he hesitated to sit, feeling like he should ask for permission to make sure it was allowed. So Minato stood with his weight on one foot, his face still covered in the bewildered expression he had worn since they left the Hokage Tower. I'm having trouble wrapping my head around a couple things here. We are soulmates. Kakashi nodded, trying to shove his hands even deeper into his pockets. And you've known about this for how long, did you say? I figured it out a couple of years after you were assigned as my sensei. We usually ate the same thing when we had meals together, so it took a while. He shrugged and looked at the wall as he spoke. Then when Obito and Rin were put on the team, we started going on missions, and I could see you eating while I was on watch. Every time you ate, I could taste whatever was in your hand. It wasn't a hard leap. I never even considered. Minato ran a hand through his hair. I would apologize for being so dumb this entire time, except you mentioned you thought that I had known. With a small nod, Kakashi said, yes, I did. And you thought that I just didn't want to talk about it? Yes. He held his breath, praying the older man would spare him the indignity of a confession. His hopes were dashed by the pink rising in Minato's cheeks. Because you thought I was trying to spare your, feelings. The blunt cleared his throat, looking as awkward as he always did when trying to talk about emotions. What exactly are your feelings? Kakashi looked down at his feet and shrugged, saying nothing. That's not an answer. Well, I don't want to answer. Kakashi, do you? I don't know how to ask this. Yes. Minato blinked, pausing with his hand half raised. What? Kakashi sighed and turned his head to one side. What you were trying to ask? Yes. Minato stared at him, utterly still, until he seemed to flutter with his entire body, dancing back and forth between the balls of his feet. Oh my God, you're in love with me. Okay, yeah, let's just say it out loud then. That'll make me feel better. Kakashi glared at the spot of floor his eyes were trained on, annoyed but unwilling to look up. Since when? Does it matter? Of course it matters. A long time. It doesn't matter. It does. Doesn't. Okay, stop. Minato held his hands up, palm out, and closed his eyes for a moment. This isn't getting us anywhere. Just, Kakashi, you're really in love with me. You've really had feelings for me and not said anything because you thought I would just prefer to sweep it all under the rug. Kakashi looked up at last, only to cringe and look away again, unable to stand the sight of those big blue eyes. You loved Kushina very much, he said quietly. I would never dish her memory like that, and I would never push myself on you like that. I understand that you don't see me the same way. I thought you knew how I felt but never addressed it because it was kinda. We could both pretend it wasn't there. You would never have to outright reject me. He twitched when Minato took a few steps closer, instinctually trying to back away only to find an ancha blocking his way. Oh Kakashi, Minato said, reaching out to take gentle hold of the younger man's elbow. I did love Kushina. But that doesn't mean I have no room in my heart for anyone else. I'm allowed to fall in love again. And your feelings in no way dish her memory. Do you have some sort of medical condition that forces you to be kind about everything? His companion might be awkward about dealing with emotions, but Kakashi was prickly. His first reaction was usually to snark and snap until people backed off. It was a defense mechanism that usually ended up with him being alone. Luckily the Hokage had many years of practice dealing with him. Did you really think I would want you to suffer in silence? Quit being so dramatic. Kakashi, Minato quieted him with only his name spoken in a firm tone. Kakashi looked up and, this time, managed to hold that heavy gaze. He held still as a tan hand took hold of his chin. Many people go their entire lives without ever finding their soulmates. I can't believe I've had mine sitting right under my nose for almost half my life and didn't even know it. The younger man continued to say nothing. He wasn't sure there was anything for him to say anyway. This entire conversation was mortifying and he wished he could just go. He didn't expect anything good to come of it. Surely their relationship would be strained after this, and he wondered if it would take a long time before things went back to a semblance of normal. When Minato shuffled a little closer again, Kakashi tried once more to step back. His ankle thudded against the armchair behind him and he stumbled. His backward momentum was halted when Minato used the grip on his elbow to pull him forward, straight into a solid chest, and holding him there as the hand on his chin raised his face a little higher. He made a low noise of protest, but Minato only smiled softly and shook his head, refusing to let him go. Silly man. Kakashi opened his mouth to say something and then choked the words back because suddenly they were kissing, lips pressed together in a slow, sweet embrace that stole the breath from his lungs. He groaned in surprise, body melting forwards and eyes falling shut. Minato caught him, the hand at his elbow winding around his waist and holding him tightly while the other tangled in his hair. The kiss was chaste, barely more than chapped lips pressed against each other with slow, almost hesitant motions, but it burned through him like wildfire, purifying, reducing him to cinders and leaving him newborn in the ashes. He was left too stunned to move when Minato finally pulled away, separating them by a mere couple of inches. The older man smiled at him and leaned forward again until their foreheads rested brow to brow. What dash? Kakashi started to ask, cutting himself off with a blush when his voice cracked. He cleared his throat and tried again. What was that? It's like I said, Minato chuckled. I have room in my heart for more than one person. You are my best friend, Kakashi. And my soulmate. What reason could I possibly have to turn you away? But you don't, you. Kakashi floundered, trying to make his stuttering brain work. But why did you kiss me? You don't feel that way. Oh? And how do you know that? Minato asked with a grin, his eyes bright and warm. Kakashi huffed. You certainly didn't seem very receptive earlier, he said. His half-hearted annoyance went ignored and Minato cooed and pressed a second kiss to the corner of his mouth. Well, pardon me for being in shock, Mr. Keeps It All Inside. One more kiss to the opposite corner of Kakashi's mouth, then he straightened with a slightly more serious smile. I want this. I want us. I'm so sorry you had to wait this long for me to get a clue, but I promise to do whatever I can to make it up to you. Can you check my neck for me? I think I have whiplash. You can't just let me have this one nice moment. Minato slumped, rolling his eyes yet unable to entirely hide the fondness in his expression. You don't have a single romantic bone in your body. His exaggerated despair and Kakashi's answering smile were both cut off by a loud victory cry from the doorway and the small orange blur that suddenly bolted into the room. Naruto plowed into them from the side, latching one arm around either waist while his head fell back to let out another crow of triumph. "That means Kakashi and I really will be my other dad," the boy shouted. "That's so cool, Tibaya." Minato laughed, his cheeks turning pink again. "Who called Kakashi your other dad?" Everyone," his son replied. "Where have you been?" "Oh. Well, that's oh." Minato's blush deepened, but he looked pleased, and Kakashi had to turn his head to hide his own darkening cheeks. "So now we can be a family for real, right?" Naruto asked, his eyes wide and shining, his smile bright. Minato chuckled and pulled both his son and his soulmate in for a tight group hug. "Of course," he murmured. "Of course we're a family." With his face tucked into the older man's neck, Kakashi smiled. He had spent a long time being so close and yet so far from where he really wanted to be. Now he had been handed everything he could ever possibly have wanted, and he couldn't describe the feelings, the sensations in his chest. All he could think was that happiness tasted sweeter than any of the candies that Minato so loved to eat. Chapter 72, Itachi and Naruto, the one where you have the same heartbeat. One might think that Itachi was a cold person, aloof and unfeeling. One might look at him and pity the person who had been matched to someone who obviously felt so very little. One would, however, be horribly wrong. He had never cared very much for what other people thought. What was important to him was what his loved ones thought, whether or not they're happy. What was important to him was the steady rhythm in his ear as he rested his head upon Naruto's chest, lulled by the gentle rise and fall of the younger man's breathing. Naruto was sprawled across the sheets, all four limbs spread out and his head falling to one side, lips parted for soft breaths to whisper in and out. Itachi had managed to catch the blankets and hold them fast only after Naruto had kicked them down to wrap around their hips. Now he lay coiled into his partner's side, eyes closed and a gentle smile on his face as he listened to the heart that beat a steady tattoo against Naruto's ribcage. The rhythm of his heartbeat was echoed inside Itachi's chest, keeping perfect time as all soulmates did, and Itachi had found time and time again that there was nothing in this world that could bring him peace quite like listening to Naruto's heartbeat. It reminded him that he forever had a place that he belonged. It reminded him that he forever had a place where he was loved. It reminded him of all the good things in this world that he fought for, day after day. It was times like now, when Naruto fell asleep before him and he lay awake listening to the way they beat together like drums, that he loved the best. The night was perfect and silent around them but for the crickets that could be heard through the open window. The breeze which lifted the curtains cooled the summer sweat on his skin. And all that Itachi could think about was how much he loved his soulmate. He loved Naruto with a passion, with a fire, with a scream and a shout and a willingness to tear the world down if only to see his lover smile. He loved Naruto quietly in the recesses of his soul and loudly in the firing neurons of his never-quiet mind. He loved Naruto through all the ups and downs that came with being soul-matched to a Jinchuriki and thanked the gods every day that they had found each other. One might think Itachi a cold person, but all one had to do was see the way he looked at Naruto and one would know how wrong that was. Chapter 73, Tobirama Amida, the one where you see each other's footsteps. There was something he was supposed to be doing, he thought distractedly. There was somewhere he was supposed to be today, but surely it could not be half as important as the work in front of him. He had no desire to abandon his project when he was so close to getting it right. His reluctance to move may have had something to do with the fact that he had been awake for 3 days straight, 2.5 of which had been spent locked up in his personal laboratory. He liked it in here. It was calming, soothing, quiet. His brother had built his laboratory specially for him, with reinforced walls to hem in any scientific ups and tinted windows ordered all the way from one country to keep the sun's rays away from his more delicate experiments. Most importantly, he liked his laboratory because there were no people in it. Tobirama scrubbed at his face with one hand, feeling the stubble catch on his palm, and refocused his eyes on the scroll in front of him. He'd been fiddling with the seal he was attempted to create for weeks now, and he was so close to getting it to work that he could practically taste it. With this he would fly almost literally. The body flicker was so flawed, it frustrated him with its pitiful limitations. Once this seal was completed, if it worked the way he intended it to, he would be able to move faster, go farther, fight better. Just the thought of the things he could accomplish made him giddy. When he blinked again, he realized that his hands had been moving without him really paying attention, continuing to work on autopilot as his overtired mind drifted away from the task at hand. He looked down at what he had created, tilting his head to see from different angles. Then his eyebrows rose into his hairline. It was perfect. It had to work. So caught up in his work was he that Tobirama didn't even feel the approaching chakra signatures until the door suddenly swung outwards and he looked around to see Hashirama striding, and with that disappointed look on his face that said Tobirama had gotten too caught up in his work and missed something important again. In the corner of his eye he noticed a woman following along behind, but after noting rather peripherally that she was incredibly beautiful, he dismissed her. This was excellent. His brother had come at just the right time. Hashirama opened his mouth to say something, probably something scolding, but Tobirama cut him off, shoving the scroll at the older man's chest with wide eyes. "Take this," he demanded. Hashirama jerked to a stop, reflexively taking what was being handed to him. Now go away." Tobirama made a shooing motion with his hand. Hashirama scowled. Obviously he had come here for something, but Tobirama had no time for that. Didn't his brother see that this was important? "Grr. I am so sorry," Hashirama sighed, turning to the red-haired woman with him. "But it'll be quicker to get his attention if we just humor him for a minute." Looking more intrigued by the scroll than anything else, the woman followed along as Hashirama went back out the way that he had come. Tobirama watched the door close behind them and then sat very still, marking time in his head and mentally keeping tabs on his brother as he walked farther and farther away from the laboratory. Once that familiar signature had reached a good distance, he brought his hands together in an unfamiliar set of seals. The world melted, blending together into a plane of pure white for a single instant. Then he felt something reach down into him and take hold to pull him forward through space and time, and suddenly he was standing in another room in another building. Hashirama gaped at him, the scroll falling from his hands. Tobirama caught it with a triumphant smirk. It had worked. His free hand raked through his hair, likely causing it to stand on end, and he stood as straight as his aching back would allow. The Haration was finally completed. Weeks of effort, and he held in his hands the very thing which would change the fate of the clan wars. He was still riding high on the wave of triumph when he looked up to smirk at his brother, only to stop at the pointed look he was receiving. "What?" he asked in bewilderment. "It worked." Hashirama sighed at him. "How you can be so observant on the battlefield and yet so blind when you're doing your experiments?" The older man shook his head, then turned to his female companion. "He's not always like this, I swear. He loves his work." "Fascinating," the woman responded, although her words were not directed to Hashirama. "Did you create this yourself?" "Yes." Tobirama took a moment at last to wonder why she was here, and it finally came to him. Hashirama had been sending letters back and forth with the Uzumaki clan for months now, discussing the possibility of a political alliance through marriage. His bride was supposed to arrive today. Which, Tobirama realized, is what he was supposed to be doing instead of creating seals. This must be her. She would make any man a happy wife, he mused, if looks alone were the requirements. Her hair was the same vivid red as the marking on his own face, caught up into two buns with paper seals dangling from each. Her face was aristocratic, delicate yet fierce, and there was a penetrating shrewdness in her liquid black eyes. Attractive and intelligent, a most pleasing combination. The corners of her mouth turned up ever so slightly. "You look as if you've had an eventful night, so I suppose I won't hold your current lack of observational skills against you." "Brother," Hashirama whined with a despairing look. Tobirama raised an eyebrow, wondering what the both of them were talking about. He was perfectly observant, thank you. Hashirama leaned over and hissed, "I didn't lead her to you, she led me." "And how would she do that?" Tobirama asked mildly. Both his brother and the Uzumaki woman gave him long looks, Hashirama's eyes flickering down to the floor. Tobirama followed their gazes. "Oh. Oh indeed," the woman said with an indulgent sort of amusement in her voice. Now that he was looking, he could see that the floor was decorated with dainty red footprints which stretched in a trail from the door towards the center of the room, ending right where the beautiful woman before him stood. His brain might have been weary, but it was still functional enough to extrapolate from there. Upon arriving in the Klein compound, this woman had seen his own footprints invisible to all others and followed them to his laboratory. He imagined that he must not have made a stellar first impression then. He probably looked a bit like a mad scientist with his messy hair, 3-day stubble, and 2 wide tired eyes. He'd caught his own reflection before in times like this, and the first word that usually came to mind was deranged. Add to that the fact that his first words were to send his visitors away without proper explanation, and Tobirama felt rueful, perhaps even a bit contrite. Only after all of that had sunk into his mind did it occur to him to be excited. His soulmate. If he could see the colored footsteps that made this woman his soulmate. His head snapped back up with a stunned expression which earned a laugh from both of his observers. "Your brother tell me your name is Tobirama. I am Uzumaki Mida. It's a pleasure to meet you." The intelligence in her eyes was only complemented by the undertones of steel in her voice. This woman was no pushover, he could tell that already. He very much approved. "Mida." He rolled the name off his tongue, tasting the bittersweetness of it. "I'm sure it will be more of a pleasure after I've showered. And slept. And shaved. That can wait. Tell me about this seal. You created it yourself. What resources did you use? Which vectors does it draw from? I can see the base element, but what inspired you to choose that? It's so unexpected." Hashirama blinked in bewilderment, already unable to follow the conversation. Tobirama, however, was watching Mido ask her questions with warmth gathering in his chest. So she was interested in seals as well. Incredible. He'd known soulmates were supposed to be inherently compatible, and yet he'd never been able to picture anyone who would be so obviously perfect for him even when they barely knew each other. "Ah well," Hashirama murmured to himself as Tobirama and Mido lost themselves in discussing things well above his head. It's still a political marriage if she marries the second heir. He watched the two of them talk and smiled to himself. He could only hope that when he found his own soulmate, they would accept all of him so readily as well. Chapter 74, Kasame Waruka, the one where you communicate in mental images. Sometimes Kasame couldn't help but wonder if his soulmate might be a little stupid. All right, that was slightly unfair. Maybe not stupid, but certainly sometimes he thought whoever it was must be confused. He enjoyed their strange conversations, conducted entirely in the form of disjointed images, and he liked that they were so in tune that he could usually tell the intent behind each image. The only problem that ever cropped up was when he tried to tell his partner about himself. It wasn't really safe to say anything about his life, but he could certainly describe his looks. He usually used an image of a shark. His clan was unique in their strangely shark-like appearances, and one wouldn't be wrong to say that he shared a number of traits with the aquatic predators. Yet, every time he would receive in return the image of a dolphin. And behind that image he could sense the intent of Nain, and he couldn't fathom what message they were trying to send. He was a shark, not a dolphin. He had tried to send an image of his own face once when they were both younger. It had appeared warped and strange. He had asked his mother, only a year before she died, why he couldn't send his soulmate a picture of himself. She had laughed. "Because you don't see yourself as a picture," she told him, poking thick fingers into the deep blue locks on his head. "You see yourself as a concept, as an emotion, as a feeling. Who you are could never be conveyed in just one image. You can only send the things that you see, not the things that you feel." Young Kasame had huffed and swatted her hand away, annoyed at the flowery words from someone not usually given to embellishments. Many years later, closing in on his 30th year, and Kasame had long since given up trying to tell his soulmate what he looked like. It was an exercise in frustration, and he was in too good of a mood to ruin it doing something he knew to be pointless. He was standing on the border of his fellow Akatsuki members' home village, looking down at the houses below. Surely the Nightails Jinkriki was here and their task would be completed soon. Kasame was eager to move their plans forward, to see this new perfect world that they were building. He was certain he would be able to find his soulmate in a perfect world. Normally Kasame tried not to give away his location to anyone, and that included the person who was linked to him mentally. He led a dangerous life, and there was no telling who could get hurt in the crossfire or who would betray him unexpectedly. Today he felt close enough to his goal to be daring, to let a little information slip. He looked over to the gate standing tall and proud in the wall he and his partner were currently perched upon, sending an image of the Lee symbol carved therein. He was startled to receive the same image back with such a strong feeling of love that he gently swayed on the spot. There was such an intent of deep, abiding loyalty in that response, and right away the possibility occurred to him with a muted sort of horror that his soulmate might very well live here. Next to him, Itachi was silent as he scanned his red eyes over the place he had once called home. Kasame used that silence to send an image of Konoha as he saw it right then, infusing the message with curiosity, with a question. In return, his soulmate sent him an image of a schoolyard of children playing underneath a window that led to an empty classroom. There was a tree in the yard with a swing tied to one branch, and Kasame could almost picture the shadow of someone sitting on that swing as he read the intent behind the image, a beckoning, "Come to me." "Where's your academy?" he rumbled. Breaking from his reverie, Itachi gave him a questioning look, but Kasame only gestured at the village before them impatiently. "It's there," his partner replied, lifting a hand to point. "Not far from the Hokage Tower." "Right. We are going there." "What?" Kasame didn't wait for an answer. He kicked off the border wall in one powerful leap, sending him sailing over the outer rim of buildings. After a minute he sensed Itachi following, likely curious to see why he wanted to go somewhere so unlikely to house their target. The thought of the boy they were meant to be finding was so far from Kasame's mind at that point he might have nearly forgotten he was even on a mission at all. He was focused entirely on the prospect of finally meeting his soulmate. His cloak, he knew, was a giant neon sign hanging off his shoulders. He kept to the shadows as he dropped down beside the main building of the academy and crept along the wall. Children dashed to and fro in the yard, playing at games and screeching with abandon the way children do. Adults dotted the yard here and there, keeping an eye on their charges. Small, sunken eyes scanned the yard until Kasame's gaze fell upon a certain tree, one which had a swing tied to its thickest branch. Upon the swing sat a young man with his brown hair pulled up into a ponytail and an old scar punctuating the skin across his nose. His face was turned up for the sunlight to filter down through the leaves and fall upon his tanned skin as his eyes seemed to dart here and there. He was incredibly handsome, Kasame noticed, with a strangely warm sensation gathering in his chest. Not even the puffy vest of the Konoha uniform could hide his broad shoulders or his muscled torso. Hesitantly, Kasame sent an image of the man on the swing across his mental connection. He was pleased beyond words when that same man stiffened and his head jerked down, turning immediately to look in the direction of where Kasame was peering out from the shadows. He sent the image a second time, infusing it with the same intent of beckoning as the other had before. He was barely aware of Itachi grumbling behind him and slinking away as the tanned stranger rose from the swing and hurried in his direction. Kasame stepped back, anxious and eager all at once and trying not to show it. He was concentrating on standing still when the man who he was certain was his soulmate slipped into the shadows with him, stopping only a few feet away. They stared at each other in absolute bewilderment, each wondering what to say. Hello," the other man began in a voice worn by years of yelling at fledgling ninjas. "We should introduce ourselves. My name is Iruka." "Iruka?" Kasame tossed his head back and laughed without thinking. "So that's why you kept sending me an image of a dolphin?" Iruka blinked at him, then smiled bashfully. "Yes. That would be why." "And your name?" he asked. "Kasame." "My name is Kasame." "Kasame." Iruka chewed his lips for a moment before suddenly breaking into a brilliant smile. "Hello there, Kasame. It's nice to finally meet you." He stared at that smile, the ball of warmth in his chest growing larger and larger until it encroached upon the knot of guilt in his gut. Iruka, he seemed like a nice guy. He was handsome, instantly friendly, and he was the first person who had been genuinely happy to see Kasame since his own mother had passed away. He hated to think what this man would do when he found out his soulmate was a member of what was technically known as a terrorist organization. "Your cloak." He stiffened, giving Iruka a startled look for having nearly read his thoughts. "What about it?" he hedged. "I've heard about that pattern on it. That's an Akatsuki cloak." His eyes were filling up with an incredible sadness and Kasame drew in a slow breath, unable to describe what that expression was doing to him. He suddenly felt the need to do something he had never done before, repent. "It is," he murmured quietly in response. Iruka simply stood still and looked at him, held his gaze for a long, silent minute. In that minute Kasame felt as though he were being judged and was surprised to discover he was nervous about the final verdict. Finally the other man sighed. "I am glad to meet you, Kasame. But I am loyal to Konoha." He looked torn and it ripped into Kasame in an unfamiliar way. Iruka rubbed back on his heels and, thinking he was preparing to leave, Kasame panicked and blurted out the first thought that crossed his mind. "Wait, I could be." "Could be what?" Iruka paused, shifting his weight back again. Kasame scrunched his nose. "All right, I don't think I could be loyal to Konoha per se, but I could be loyal to you." Even more surprising was to find that he meant it. He realized suddenly that he really could be, that he was, somewhere inside himself, considering leaving his cloak behind and surrendering himself to a village not his own, all for the sake of a man he had only just met. But had they really only just met? He had known Iruka's presence inside his mind for his entire life, even if he hadn't had a name or a face until today he still knew him. Iruka was the single constant in his life, the one person that had never let him down and the one dream that had never died. He had joined the Akatsuki when he became disillusioned with the world around him, attracted by the idea of a perfect world and the perfect happiness he would find therein. Now here before him stood another opportunity for perfect happiness, and he was smart enough to recognize that he had a choice, that this was a turning point. And as the smile slowly bloomed on Iruka's face again, he knew that the decision had already been made, because he knew he would do anything to keep seeing that smile. "Could you now?" Iruka asked in a low voice. Kasame stepped closer, his lips pulling up into a smirk. "I could. I could be very loyal to you. Well, I certainly won't discourage you." His hands were tugging at the clasps of his cloak before he even registered that they had moved. The black and red material slid from his shoulders to gather in a puddle upon the dusty ground behind him, and Kasame took another step forward, the step away from the Akatsuki, a step towards Iruka. His soulmate welcomed him with a smile and soft embrace that made him feel as if he were the smaller of them, even though he stood well over a head taller. His soulmate could fit tucked under his chin, yet for all his shorter stature, he did not give the impression of weakness or helplessness. Kasame smiled, and it felt like he was relearning the expression entirely. It certainly wasn't going to be so easy, he knew that. He was a criminal, a wanted S-rank missing men. There would certainly be a trial, jail time, something. He spared a fleeting thought for Itachi and wondered if he would report Kasame's defection to the leader. Whatever the recompense, he was ready to face it. Truly the wild tales he had never believed about soulmates were truer than he could ever have imagined. He had only just met his, and already he knew he would spend the rest of his life fighting to stay by Ruka's side. He already knew that this was where he was meant to be. If only he hadn't wasted so much time by trying to avoid telling the other more about his life. As it turned out, Iruka had been the smart one all along. Chapter 75, Gara Diadara, the one where your timer counts up until you meet. The night air felt cool against his skin, and Diadara closed his eyes, breathing deeply and allowing his smile to widen. He was having fun. Diadara adored having fun. The Sand Village wouldn't know what hit them until it was too late. He had already taken out a fair number of insignificant wounds by showing them the magnificence of his art, and he couldn't wait until the entire village was swallowed in the smoking wreckage of his masterpieces. The clay bird that carried him swooped down, diving faster and faster towards the ground until he leapt from its back and landed gracefully on the top of the tallest tower around. Here is where he would plant the biggest bomb, and just the thought of it already had him grinning with excitement. Infiltration complete, he murmured to himself as he rose from a crouched position, only to jerk to a stop when he looked up and met eyes with the young man standing over him. It wasn't the surprise of seeing anyone there, although he hadn't expected such a quick response. It wasn't that it was only one person, when Diadara knew very well that entire teams had failed to stop him before. It wasn't that this was obviously the Jinkriki that they had obviously come here in search of, the one he should be attacking at this very moment. It wasn't even that the young man was attractive, although he truly was, almost heart-stoppingly so. Rather, what made him pause was the sudden burning on his arm in a specific spot that could only mean one thing. Diadara looked down to see the timer which glowed beneath his skin and saw that it had stopped. The numbers had paused in their upward climb, blinking at him almost mockingly, and he knew exactly what that meant. There were only two things that could stop the numbers from their count, and since he had not died, The young man in front of him also checked his timer with a stunned expression, and he looked back at the same time that Deidara did. "You are my soulmate?" he asked. Deidara gave an involuntary shiver. "That voice." "Looks like it," he replied faintly. They both stared for a few moments before the one across from him set his shoulders as if expecting a fight. "This is as far as you go," he said. His voice was a strange mixture of confidence and wavering uncertainty. Deidara snorted and crossed his arms, rolling his eyes as well for good measure. "Oh please," he grumbled. "As if I could fight you now. You're my soulmate, UN." He shook his head, a little disgusted with how this had ended. "This isn't fair. I was gonna get to blow stuff up. Show off my art." The boy in front of his shifted uneasily and asked, "Your art?" Deidara grinned. "True art is an explosion." "I see. I did not know that. Perhaps you would show me." "You really?" Deidara stood there awkwardly, blinking in surprise. He was a big fan of his own art, of course, but he couldn't remember the last time someone had actually seemed interested in it without him having to brag and shove it in their faces. It was felt a little strange to have someone ask to say. His soulmate nodded. "Perhaps in a better environment. I would not wish for any of the citizens to be harmed." "Huh. I guess you worry about stuff like that." "I am the Kasgage," the other pointed out. "It is my duty to worry about my people." HMPH. "What's your name, UN?" "I am known as Gara." "It's nice to meet you, Gara." "I guess." The name's Deidara, and this is a little awkward, but my partner is kind of waiting for me to attack the village. He's probably getting a little impatient out there. Deidara gave a nonchalant shrug. He had really only joined the Akatsuki because they had seen the usefulness of his art, if not the splendor of it. He'd always wanted someone to appreciate his art, someone who saw the same beauty in it that he did. Now here was a soulmate, his actual soulmate. He had found them showing an interest in the one thing he had always been most passionate about. It seemed as if the universe knew what it was doing after all. Gara frowned at his words, and the expression was almost unbearably cute. "Then he will have to be stopped," he said in a quiet, determined voice. His expression cleared a bit until he looked almost hesitant again. "Perhaps afterwards you might show me your art then." "Art? Yeah, why not?" Deidara was no goody two-shoes. He wasn't about to go soft, you hear. But he saw nothing wrong with changing up a couple habits to spend a little time with his soulmate, with the one person who was supposed to be made perfectly and especially for him. He felt no guilt for leaving the Akatsuki high and dry. He'd never much liked any of them anyway, and it seemed that a new, better opportunity had just been offered. Deidara intended to take it. Chapter 76, Shikamaru was Sakura, the one where you sense danger. If someone asked, it would be hard to describe the way it felt when one's soulmate was in danger. It was almost like a tingling sensation in the back of your head, as if someone had reached within your skull and run their finger against your inner thoughts. It was similar to the way that one could sense eyes that stared, the way a lie could be detected through a mere gut feeling. Luckily no one would ever actually need to ask, since everyone in the world experienced the sensation at one time or another. Sakura was grateful that she would never need to try and explain the sensation or describe it, because she was sure she would never be able to find the words to express it properly. She was not grateful, however, that she was forced to experience it so often. She was happy that she and her other half had so much in common, but there were certain downsides to having a shinobi soulmate. Downsides like the frequency with which the back of her head tingled and caused worry to flood her chest as it was doing right now. Sakura ducked under the blade, aiming for her neck, rolling to the side and sparing a half-second to sweep the battlefield with her eyes. Shikamaru had his back to a tree, his hands together in a familiar seal, and Ino at his side with a hand on the back of his head. Shikamaru's shadow had a hold of Choja, whipping his expanded form back and forth like way they had done during the war. It was one of their more funny-looking formations, yet Sakura could not deny its effectiveness. The only thing she had against it was how vulnerable it left both her soulmate and her best friend. Surely Ino could sense the man standing a dozen meters away, but what she couldn't sense was the way his arm pulled back, aiming for her and her partner. Sakura could see him, however, and she wasn't about to let some random asshole take away her most precious people. Shannara. It took less than a thought to reinforce her fist with chakra and slam it into the earth beneath her feet at the correct angle. Her own opponent shrieked with fright, backpedaling to a safer distance. The ground split with an ominous tearing sound, the crack running upwards until the one aiming for her soulmate was knocked off balance with a cry of surprise. His body stumbled forward and disappeared into the chasm she had created, taking with him the sense that her soulmate was in immediate danger. Sakura smirked. Good riddance. After that, things blurred together the way they frequently did during battle. Sakura ducked and weaved, swung and hit and kicked and bit. She shattered bones and collapsed organs, toppled trees and even beheaded a man. When the battle was over, she stood amid clouds of dust and smoke that danced in the breeze, the silence around her eerie in the aftermath of so much screaming. The back of her mind gave a tingle, a warning sign, and her head whipped around as chakra automatically charged into her hands. But it was only Ina, her delicate hand laying a hefty swat to the back of Shikamaru's head as she berated him for something Sakura couldn't hear from this distance. The pinkette sighed with relief, grinning as she hopped across the wreckage she had created to make her way over to the pair. Chota stood to one side with a wry smile, patient in the face of an argument he'd probably heard 100 times before. You missed one today, Ino Pete, Sakura taunted as she drew close. Her friend stopped mid-rad to shoot her a glare. Sakura turned away from her, kneeling down until she was level with Shikamaru. The moment the battle was over, he had plumped backwards onto his bottom, his natural laziness rearing its head as soon as the danger had passed. He smiled welcomingly as Sakura leaned in to place a soft kiss on his lips, both of them ignoring his blonde teammate as she began to screech at them for not listening to her. All right? Shikamaru asked her quietly. I'm fine, she replied. You almost weren't. She knew that he would know what she meant. And indeed he gave her a grateful look before reaching up to tuck a strand of bright but dirty hair behind one of her ears. Good thing you were here then. He smiled and she couldn't resist kissing him a second time. I'll always be here. Chapter 77, Madara Tobirama, the one where you have their name somewhere on your body. Shinobi the world over clashed with each other for an endless amount of reasons. Some fought for money, some for honor. Some slaked their bloodlust and some sought vengeance. There were many reasons for the clans that stalked the elemental nations to disagree with each other, but there would always be one thing that each and every one of them would agree on without question: a person's scroll was sacred. To use someone's scroll against them was to sink lower than the lowest murderer. To mock a scroll was the height of boorishness. It followed, then, that most people were fairly protective of their scroll, hiding them away whenever the natural placement allowed. Uchiha Madara was one such person. His had developed high on his chest. Were it on the left breast, it would have sat directly over his heart, but instead it had appeared on his right side. He kept it covered, not only to keep it from the prying eyes of others, but to keep anyone from learning the truth of it. Madara's scroll was smudged. He'd never seen the likes of it before, never even heard of it happening. The writing that was so clear on everyone else was smudged on his own skin, like water had been dripped in the ink and a thumb passed over the letters to make them run together. The smudging was so bad that he could not read it. He had no idea what name his soulmate bore. That changed, however, in the year he turned 13 years old. It was hardly luck that he was alone when it happened. Madara had been spending as much time as possible alone ever since he had discovered that his river friend was a Senju. He had liked Hashirama, liked his innocence and the carefree way he treated Madara. He didn't have to be a clan heir around that big goof, all he ever needed to be was himself. But now that his father knew, there was no chance that their friendship could continue. Madara wanted peace as much as Hashirama did, but he also knew that there was no going against Hajima's orders. He was still sulking over all of this months later, alone in the forest on the fringes of the Uchiha compound, when he felt the strangest sensation in his chest. It felt like something were crawling and shifting under his skin. His first thought was that of the Abirame clan and the multitude of strange things they could do with their Kakaitshu. He thought he could be forgiven, then, for the way his entire body flailed as he tore at his shirt in an effort to get to the affected area, though he was still very thankful that no one was around to witness it. There were no Kakaitshu under his skin when he finally clawed his way out of his clothes. His jaw dropped in shock at where he had always had little more than a smudge of unreadable ink. There was a name there now. A perfectly readable name. His heart thundered while he stared blindly for a few moments, just admiring the perfect clarity of each letter. Then his brain finally caught up to his eyes and he took in the word that was stamped across his skin, revealing to him the name of the person whom he was destined to fall in love with. It read, Tobirama. Madara felt an inky black cloud settle around his heart, a weight in his chest that threatened to pull him off the branch he was perched upon and send him crashing down to fall amongst the ruins of his every hope and dream. He couldn't be soulmates with Tobirama. Not if it was the same Tobirama that he had already met, in any case. He was a senju, not to mention a snotty little brat who always had some new trick up his sleeve that he showed no mercy in using against Azuna. Madara had never noticed Tobirama on the battlefields until after that day by the river when he had jumped in to defend his brother. As that moment had been the one in which he had activated his Sharingan for the first time, Madara remembered that first image perfectly. He remembered that Tobirama's shirt had been too big for him, as though he were playing in his big brother's clothing. His hair had been strangely uneven, likely shorn off with the blade of a kunai for one reason or another. His face had seemed strangely familiar, although he hadn't been able to place it. The next time he had seen the younger boy, he had tattooed 3 red lines on his face, giving him an angular look even with the lingering softness of baby fat. Against his own will, Madara had noted then that it was a rather good look for him. With a groan, the young Uchiha pulled at his hair with both hands, frustrated. Why did he have to be marked with something so difficult? His father would never allow him to pursue this even if he wanted to. And Madara wasn't even sure if he wanted to. He wished that he had never met Hashirama by the river last year. His life would have been easier if he hadn't. No matter how hard he tried not to, Madara noticed Tobirama after that. His eyes were drawn to the younger boy every time he appeared in one of their clashes with the Senju clan. He watched with rapt attention as the boy grew into a gangly teenager, strangely soft and small until he reached 15, at which point he began to shoot up like a weed and his entire form broadened and thickened until one day Madara looked and saw a man standing before him. He tried not to be too obvious about the way his mouth went dry and his palms suddenly became clammy. That was the day that Madara knew with absolute certainty that he had to accept Hashirama's continuous offers of peace. His father would never accept them, of course, but his father was slowing as age crept up on him. As much as he felt like scum for wishing for the death of a family members, Tajima had never been a good father. He had barely even been a good clan leader, constantly hungering for more war, more revenge, more death. Something had to be done, of course, and he was going to have to do it himself. The next time he met Hashirama on the battlefield, he shied a rock at the other's face. To anyone else it would look like an attack, an attempt to distract his opponent, but the moment Hashirama caught the rock and his eyes widened at the perfect smooth shape of it, Madara knew his old friend had gotten his message. They met on the riverbank that evening, the same place that they used to all those years ago. Hashirama nearly bowled him over trying to hug him, and Madara only just dodged his efforts. The moment he said he wanted peace, Hashirama started crying great thick tears of happiness, and it took almost half an hour to get him to stop sobbing and attempting more hugs. The effort of evading them took up so much of his concentration that he failed to notice they were not alone until he looked up at the tree line and spotted Tobirama standing there, arms folded and features drawn into an expression of disapproval. He was so startled he forgot he was wrestling Hashirama away and, with a yelp, found himself tackled onto his back for the tightest hug he had even been misfortunate enough to receive. "Get off me, you overgrown fool. You said you wanted peace." "I'm so happy, Madara." "Well, I didn't say I wanted cuddles, so off." Hashirama laughed as he rolled to the side and sat up. Once upright, he spotted his brother, and it was like a second sun coming out to shine over the first. "Tobirama. Guess what? Guess what?" The big man-child was up and dancing on the spot in a flash, only to deflate when his brother responded in a flat tone. "Madara wants peace." "Yes, I heard." The Uchiha in question pushed himself carefully to his feet. It hadn't occurred to him until just now, but he wondered if Tobirama's scroll had been a smudge too, if he had discovered the name of his soulmate only after they had been forced farther apart, or if he had known all along. He supposed now at least he might have a passing chance for an opportunity to ask if this even was the correct Tobirama. He wasn't the only one in the world bearing that name, after all. Hashirama blathered on about unity and rainbows or something of the like. Madara wasn't really listening while Tobirama's eyes slid over to Madara and stayed there. His gaze was piercing, like thin little senbon stabbing into the Uchiha air with all the force of an ire he wasn't sure whether or not he'd earned. What had he even done to this man, other than be born into an enemy clan? That, he thought, was certainly enough to breed instant hatred in many people. With a sigh, he turned to quiet his friend, reining in the excessive enthusiasm so that they could get back to the point. My father does not want peace, he pointed out when he could finally be heard. Whatever plans we make will be for nothing while he still lives. So you're going to have to pretend that you know what the word patience means. He was startled to hear a snort of amusement from Tobirama, who looked away when Madara glanced over at him. You can't convince him at all. Hashirama whined. I've tried many times over the years, but there is no getting through to him. He is buried in his hatred and he has no wish to stop this stupid war. No matter how many lives it costs us. He shook his head. He's not going to live forever there. And I would like to have as many members of my clan at least sympathetic to the idea of peace as I can by the time I stand at the head of it. The weight of Tobirama's silent gaze was heavier than he could have imagined it would be. The younger said nothing, and yet Madara could feel those eyes on himself, weighing, judging. He wondered how he measured up yet refrained from asking, and Tobirama offered nothing, not adding to their conversation, just silently watching from the opposite riverbank. Madara left after a while, but it was not their only meeting. After so long apart, it was surprisingly easy to strike up a friendship with Hashirama once more. The party was dampened a little by Tobirama's frequent presence, however. Madara found himself looking forward to the times when the younger man would tag along as much as he dreaded them for their awkwardness. Tobirama never said anything, never even came close to them. He perched himself in a tree on the far side of the river from their usual meeting spot and simply hovered watchfully. Madara couldn't decide if he followed his elder sibling like this all the time or if it was just that the man didn't trust him personally, even after so many peaceful talks. It took 2 more years before Madara's father fell in battle. It was a death that seemed a fitting end for the life he had led. When the rest of his squadron refused to push so far into enemy territory, Tajima went alone across Senju lands and was cut down by a passing patrol. He died alone trying to stoke the flames of a fading war no one else wanted to keep fighting. Upon receiving a hawk announcing his death from Hashirama, he immediately declared his intention to make peace with their rival clan and was met with resounding approval. He was not the only Uchiha tired of war, tired of death and loss and the aching despair of having nothing left but fading memories. He sent the hawk back with an overture of peace, which he later was told caused Hashirama to burst into an absolute flood of tears. It was only a matter of cooperation and planning after that, and before either of them knew it, they were standing on the cliff they had set upon as children, looking down over the village they had always dreamed of building. There had been some talk lately of choosing a single leader for the village, and the whispers that reached his ears said that the choice would likely be between the two of them. If he were to be honest, Madara would have liked the position. For too many years he had been all but helpless to improve the living conditions of those in his care, and he would have liked the opportunity to do so now. On the other hand, he trusted Hashirama to do the same and to listen to any suggestion he might have. The only thing Madara could have possibly wished for that he did not already have was Tobirama. He woke every day with his fingers clutched to his chest over the name of the one who was supposed to be destined for him. No matter how many times he attempted conversation or some small gesture of goodwill, Tobirama's opinion of him never seemed to change. The younger man looked at him with a blank expression no matter what he did, and it was discouraging, to say the least. It was lonely. The subject returned to his mind often. This was his soulmate, of course it was on his mind. In the short time since the village had finally finished conduction and most of the clans had gathered, he had managed to keep quiet about it. Today, standing with his best friend and looking out at all they had wrought together, he finally brought it up. Is there a specific reason your brother hates me? Hashirama looked over at him with a befuddled expression. What? Your brother, Madara repeated, catching a leaf on the wind and twirling it between his fingers. He hates me and I've never figured out why exactly. I was never actually trying to kill you, I've been as kind as possible to him, yet he still looks at me like an unfavorable selection of droppings. Toads doesn't hate you. He Toads. Does he know you call him by that ridiculous nickname? Ah, yeah, he hates it. Hashirama scratched at one ear sheepishly. I should really stop that. Madara sighed. You're an idiot to anger to him, he said, to which Hashirama began to laugh. Toads calls me an idiot either way. I thought you said you were going to quit calling him that. And you didn't answer my question. Oh. I don't know. I mean, I don't think he hates you at all. Or at least he's never said anything about it to me. But I have a more important question. We should come up with a name for the village. We can't just keep calling it the village, right? Hashirama beamed at him, then turned his goofy, too wide grin outwards to smile down at the houses far below. Madara narrowed his eyes. This is important, he growled. Hashirama turned his head to grin at him again, and the Uchiha knew his friend would talk no more of his brother until Madara had pandered to his strange whims. He fiddled with the leaf in his hand, twirling it again before raising it to contemplate the village through the hole in its center. Maybe Kon had a cure. It was pure when that made him say it, and he did not expect Hashirama's odd blubbering reaction nor the voice that suddenly spoke up from behind him. Poetic. Madara whipped around so fast he nearly lost his footing, his widened eyes falling on the form of the man approaching them from the direction they had climbed up themselves earlier. Tobirama wore no armor today, leaving him all in black. It highlighted the powness of his natural colors, and, as had happened more and more often as the years went by, Madara felt his mouth going dry. The younger man held his eye for a prolonged second before easily looking away, back to his brother. The feudal lords will be here soon for the conference, he said. You should be preparing to meet them. Hashirama made that little startled noise he did when he'd forgotten something. Oh. You're right, I should. Excuse me. With a quick smile his friend turned to hurry away. As he reached his brother, the younger man turned his head to glare at the brunette. He's right, you know. Hashirama paused in his steps, blinking. Who's right? I would appreciate it if you stopped mangling my name in such a ridiculous manner. Stop calling me Tobes when you think I can't hear you. He glared, his brother powdered, and Madara prayed for the earth to swallow him whole. As Hashirama once again turned and walked away, Madara whipped around to face the open air beyond the cliff face, hoping to hide his mortification. Obviously Tobirama had heard their earlier conversation, which meant that he had heard Madara's question. He wondered if there was anywhere in the village he could hide that the censor wouldn't be able to find him, at least until he had patched up the frayed edges of his pride. The crunch of gravel at his back told him that instead of leaving with his brother, Tobirama was coming closer. Madara twitched but refrained from moving so much as a muscle until he could see the other in his peripheral vision. Then he peeked sideways to find Tobirama staring out over the village as his sibling had, face held in a hesitant, thoughtful expression. Madara waited, watching his companion from the corner of one eye, yet neither of them spoke. They stood next to each other in complete silence until the Uchiha could take it no longer. He sighed heavily and crossed his arms as he set his gaze very firmly on the air above Tobirama's shoulder. I was only asking because my scroll bears the name Tobirama. He watched the younger man twitch but did not look up to see his face yet. I've always thought that it was meant to be you, and yet you've always seemed. You said nothing because you believed I hated you and therefore doubted that I was, indeed, your soulmate. Yes. He noticed that the Senju hadn't denied anything. Emboldened by this, taking for granted that he had been right all along, he found the courage for a question he'd been wondering about since he was a child. Was your scroll a smudge too at first? A smudge? I'm not sure I understand what you mean. As though someone had drawn their fingers through wet ink. The name was unreadable until my 13th year, and then one day at chest became clear. It was a few months after that day by the river, I felt a strange sensation under my skin, and when I checked, the name Tobirama was perfectly legible. The man in question stared at him with wide eyes and parted lips, seemingly stunned into silence. Madara drew his brows down to cover the slight embarrassment that rose up and cleared his throat. I suppose not, then, he muttered. Once more they both stood quiet, each working their way through different thoughts. Madara had thought that he would finally have a reason for why the name on his chest had been unreadable for much of his childhood when he at last confirmed who his soulmate truly was. He was reasonably certain that this was the Tobirama he was meant for, and yet it looked as though he had no answers either. Or, at least, his companion seemed not quite ready to process certain things. He was still staring at Madara with his eyes slowly widening more and more until his expression could only be described as awed. While the older man wasn't sure what about his strange scroll would warrant, or he certainly wasn't going to discourage anyone from looking at him in such a manner. Especially not the one he had been trying to ingratiate himself with for years now. When Tobirama eventually pulled himself together, he did it with as much grace as he did everything else. His expression cleared and he gave vent to a small, toneless hum as he looked away, his eyes looking down below the cliff. "My scroll bears the name of Madara, and it always has," he said quietly. Madara felt his heart leak straight into his throat, barely able to stay still as the other continued. "I was always afraid to ask what yours was. I feared it might say Yuka." Madara's face twisted in confusion. "That's a woman's name. Who the hell is Yuka?" "I was." Madara's staring was nowhere near as restrained as Tobirama's. His mouth gaped open and his eyes nearly bugged out of his skull until he realized exactly how rude he was being, and his jaw snapped shut with an audible click. Tobirama swung his head around to glare directly into Madara's eyes. "That name is dead. As is Yuka. I am Tobirama." When Madara did nothing more than nod slowly, still reeling with confusion, Tobirama lifted both of his hands to scrub at his face, his voice muffled by his thin fingers as he continued to speak. "I chose the name Tobirama only a few months before that day at the river. I cut my hair and stole my brother's clothing, and I offered to fight anyone who still wished to call me Yuka because I knew I was a boy, no matter that I had been born with a girl's body. But it felt strange. It felt odd to answer to a new name, like it didn't fit yet." The younger man lowered his hand at last, looking down and speaking to his palms. "A few months after that day I wrote that dead, unwanted name on every empty page of a brand new notebook. Then I burned them one by one, imagining that I was burning her memory from the world. The next morning Hashirama woke me and he called my name, and I realized that I was Tobirama. It finally felt right. I finally felt right." "Oh." Madara could think of no other response. Tobirama snorted. "Take your time, Uchiha. Shut up. It's surprising, okay? Just surprising. Very surprising. Fascinating. I never considered this as the reason, all right. I'm just amazed by how much sense it makes." His companion looked up, startled. "How much sense it makes? If you're just going to repeat everything I say, then don't bother, you're not contributing to the conversation." Madara sniffed haughtily but didn't bother to hold the expression. He was too excited. "It does make sense. My scroll must have changed the moment you realized you truly felt like yourself. It was smudged before because you had the wrong name. And the moment it changed was the moment you accepted the right one. Don't you find that fascinating?" "Well, yes, but Madara, you do understand that dash." "Yes, I understand what you're telling me. You can't have imagined I would mind. The possibility crossed my mind that you would perhaps find it concerning." Madara scoffed. "Quit hiding behind big words and say you were worried." Then his face softened into a smile, his body weight shifting to lean closer to the younger man. "You're a man. I've always known that. Obviously I have questions and we'll have more than one conversation about this, but I don't mind. If you've paid even the slightest bit of attention, then you'll already know that I've been in love with you for ages now. I'd much prefer to put the drama on hold and get to the kissing and the big dramatic 'I finally found you' moment." He raised a single eyebrow and seemingly against his will Tobirama began to laugh. "I don't do dramatic," he protested. "You're more dramatic than your brother," Madara insisted. "You just quieter about it." Tobirama laughed again, looking at him sideways when he took a step closer. "You think you have me all figured out now, Achan? I already knew all the most important things about you. Now, are you going to kiss me or not?" Madara did get his kiss, but it was a rather short one. It turned out Tobirama had never kissed anyone before and was rather adorably shy about it. The moment he started blushing, Madara laughed, causing him to storm off back towards the village. The older man was smiling even as he chased after his irritated soulmate, completely unperturbed to already be having their first fight. It had taken him more than 20 years, but he finally had everything he had ever wanted in his life. Chapter 78, Hashirama Sakura, the one where you see and heal each other's souls. To be perfectly honest, Sakura sort of hated the catch-all excuse of "because we are soulmates." She didn't like that so many people used it to explain away so many things just because they didn't want to take the time to actually look into the deeper reasons for why things happened, what decisions led to that event, or even what the resulting repercussions would be. More than that, Sakura didn't like that even if someone did take the time to look into all of that and drag it all out into the light, it could still be summed up by simply saying, because we are soulmates. This might have been why she spent so long denying her own soulmate when she finally found him. When she met the reanimated Senju Hashirama during the Fourth Great Shinobi War, she definitely had not expected to look into him, down into the very depths of who he was as a person, to see his very soul shining brightly within. She also hadn't expected her own soul to reach out to his and bring him back to life. She absolutely refused to accept that he had come back to life simply because his soul had bonded with her own. The almighty power of soulmates was her least favorite trope in those stupid rom-com movies Ino always tried to force her to watch, and she was not going to take being a victim herself of such absurdity. In her mind there had to be some sort of medical reason. Her theories mostly revolved around the regenerative properties of the Mokuden and quite possibly how it interacted with Ida Tensei. In the months after the war, Sakura subjected her newly alive-again soulmate to endless tests and experiments. She explored his DNA more thoroughly than anyone's had ever been explored before, constantly frustrated to come up without answers. For his part, Hashirama seemed less thrilled to have been given a second chance at life than one might expect, although she definitely understood why when he told her. He knew very little about this new world he had been reborn into. The technologies of this new Konoha were foreign and slightly alarming to him. After having been leveled and rebuilt, none of the buildings or streets were the same. Not even the people were the same. All of the people Hashirama had known and loved had passed on years ago, but for one remaining grandchild. As thrilled as he was to have finally discovered his soulmate, Hashirama was lonely in this new world. And Sakura could see it. Day after day she forced herself to look away from the cracks that marred the light shining inside of him. They resembled the patterns of shattered glass, the golden brilliance of his soul shimmering through them as if to say, "Here I am broken but still here, please look at me." Much the same as the way Hashirama willingly came to her again and again and again, allowing her to poke him with needles and take samples of whatever she liked, all for the chance to smile hopefully at her and make a bit of conversation as she worked. She could see all the small damages his soul had taken, and she very much wished she couldn't. What could someone like her do for someone like him? Her, with her big forehead and her civilian heritage and her tendency to always get left behind. Sakura had long been used to being forgotten by the men and the boys in her life. Surely it was only a matter of time before this man forgot her too. Yet a man like Hashirama was hard to ignore, and for more reasons than just his overwhelming physical presence. He was tall and broad and stunningly gorgeous, but those were not the traits which gave her pause and caused her to catch herself staring almost lovingly time and time again. Hashirama was bright in the same manner that Naruto was, though in a more mature way. He was a naturally upbeat person, always trying to make her smile or laugh or simply take a moment to appreciate some small moment in her day. He was also much smarter than the history books ever mentioned. His brother was the venerated genius, which usually caused his own rather impressive mind to be looked over. As humble as he was, though, he didn't really care. He was kind and generous and an absolute terror to spar with, where he even showed a very satisfying respect for her own skills. He was everything she could have ever wanted in a partner. And it took her 3 stupid years to appreciate him. Somewhere in between taking a blood sample and asking him to demonstrate his Mokiden when exposed to certain stresses, Hashirama had absolutely noted how tired she looked and offered to bring her lunch so she would be able to enjoy her break here in the privacy of her labs. When she accepted, somewhat surprised, she hadn't expected him to bring a lunch of his own and stay. She didn't expect him to regale her with stories of his younger years in the days before Konoha had even been built. She didn't expect to enjoy his company so much she hesitantly asked him to stay for lunch the next day as well. Before she knew it, they were taking extended lunches in tea houses and cafes, meeting in the park on weekends to feed the pond ducks, strolling arm in arm through the marketplace as she sought the perfect present for Ino's birthday. Her research and her experiments fell slowly to the wayside, bit by bit, until one day she realized she hadn't set foot in that lab for several days and had little interest in doing so. What did she care for why he was here? Wouldn't it be better to just accept that he was and enjoy their time together? His presence filled her life in a way no one else had before. He made her happy the way her father made her mother happy, the way Sai made Ina happy. After so long of closing her eyes and refusing to see what was in front of her, Sakura finally stopped to wonder why she couldn't just let herself accept the happiness being offered to her so freely. 3 years after Hashirama was reborn, 3 years after she looked into him and bound their souls together, Sakura looked again, really looked. She could hardly imagine that anyone else could ever have a soul more beautiful than Senju Hashirama's, the rich golden color of it, the brilliant shine, and the way she could feel its warmth whenever she stood close. And now that she had finally allowed herself to look, she saw something new. The thin cracks that had shadowed the light were closing, the edges melting together and leaving fewer and fewer each day. In a moment of bravery, Sakura told him about the healing cracks. Instead of seeming surprised or even mildly interested, Hashirama only laughed like she had stated the obvious. But of course they're healing, he said to her. That is the power of soulmates, is it not? To heal one another's souls. I suppose. Sakura replied slowly. She had rather deliberately not thought too hard on what soulmates were supposed to do for each other while she'd been busy trying to disprove. She couldn't exactly remember what she had been trying to prove or disprove. Besides, how could they not? After all, that is the very first thing that you and I discovered we had in common. What do you mean? Hashirama reached out and stroked one finger down the line of her jaw, more bold than he had ever been before. The touch was almost intimate compared to the careful distance he usually maintained, ever conscious to respect her boundaries and allow her to always be the one to come closer. When he spoke, his tone was soft yet firmly confident. You are a healer, Sakura. As am I. And I do not mean the jutsu that we use or the chakra we expend. We are the people that will stay when all others have turned away. We are the people that will listen when all others have closed their ears. We are the ones that hold firm when all others have given in. We are the healers, the ones who will offer comfort to a friend or help to an overburdened old woman. We protect others. We help them. And we heal them. Under such kind light as that which shines every time I see your beautiful smile, what else could I do but heal? Tears filled her eyes and Sakura blinked rapidly to chase them away. The strangely archaic cadences of his speech only made his words more touching, in her opinion. The way he spoke always seemed to her to carry the weight of words well thought out, and these words in particular he seemed to have given quite a bit of thought to. That is also not to say that I am disparaging your abilities as a medical shinobi, and a prodigious one at that. Hashirama's eye twinkled. Trained by my own kin and with such incredible natural talents, how could you not be? Sakura gave a watery giggle. Stop, stop. She cried softly. I can only take so many compliments. I could shower you with compliments from sunrise to sunset and never run out of things to say, my beautiful blossom. Sakura blushed fiercely, turning her head to hide her smile. Her expression dimmed quickly, however. How can you say such nice things about me after the way I've treated you? You are my soulmate. It was the first time she had admitted it out loud, and she was surprised by the way the words tasted so sweet. But I pushed you away and I treated you like some science experiment, and why are you laughing? Forgive me, I pray, I don't mean to laugh. Despite his words, another chuckle escaped before Hashirama calmed himself enough to smile and go on. I received worse treatment from my own brother when the mood for his experiments took him. Always for the greater good, he insisted, and he did mean well. It isn't evil to seek answers, Sakura. It isn't bad to want an explanation before you trust in something. I trust you, Sakura blurted. Only once she had spoken did she realize she meant it wholeheartedly. Hashirama looked pleased. I wonder if he would allow me to say something rather bold, he asked, such sweet hesitance in his face. Sakura tilted her head to one side, curious. Of course, she told him. You can tell me anything you like. She was startled to see the faintest hint of color rise to paint itself across his tan cheeks. Hashirama reached out with both of his hands to grasp her own, sliding his fingers under hers ever so gently to hold them as though each were a delicate, precious jewel. I find myself quite in love with you, Sakura. Even if I could not see the bright beauty of your soul, I would wish to have no other. If you would allow me, I would spend the rest of my days devoted only to your happiness. She had always thought his face so open, yet right then she realized she had been missing out. His expression was more earnest than she had ever seen before, so warm and soft and kind. She could see the love he professed right there in his eyes, ready for the taking if she was so inclined. "Oh Hashirama," she breathed. "I don't know what to say to that." His fingers tightened around hers just the slightest bit. "Say yes," he suggested. It wasn't a command, he would never command her emotions. He was such a good man. "Yes," she whispered, almost helpless to give him any answer but that one. "I don't feel as if I'll ever deserve you, but yes." The look on his face when she fell against his chest was one of unadulterated awe. His smile was like sunlight blooming through a week's worth of rainy day clouds, and it warmed her right down to her very bones, filling her with such light feelings she thought she might have floated away if not for the strong arms that wrapped around her. With her hands now free, she gripped the front of his yukata to pull herself ever closer. He smelled earthen, of growing things. His chest was like a solid wall of muscle and his arms softened steel bands. Sakura had been a self-sufficient woman since the day Tsunade taught her the trick to channeling her chakra through her arms. She could and had taken on the most dangerous people this broken world had to offer. She needed no one's protection. That did not stop her from reveling in just how safe she felt inside her soulmate's embrace. She knew instinctively that he would protect her, not just from physical hurts, but from emotional ones as well. Here she was safe. Here she would always be wanted, always be loved. "My dear Sakura," Hashirama whispered in her ear, "you deserve the world and all the good things in it." Flushing again with delighted pleasure, Sakura lifted her head to trace his handsome face with her eyes. Now that she had allowed herself to look, she wondered how she had managed not to for so long. He was more than handsome, he was beautiful inside and out. She could hardly believe that he belonged to her. It seemed only natural for her to lean forwards and press a chaste kiss to his lips. Hashirama hummed a delighted little noise and held her tighter while tilting his head for a better angle with which to deepen the kiss. Sakura was lost immediately, lightheaded and dizzy with the rush of sensations flooding through her. She could hardly believe how right this felt. It was like puzzle pieces falling into place, a riddle solved after 3 years of searching for an answer that had been right there in front of her all this time. Hashirama kissed her until she happily conceded to the idea of never breathing properly again, so utterly filled with happiness that she barely recognized herself. When they pulled apart, she nearly squinted her eyes against the brilliance shining from deep within him, and tears filled her eyes when he described to her what he saw of her own soul. Cracked and bruised and broken at a bane, riddled with the gaping chasms of personal hurts. But those breaks were healing just as his own were. Day by day the wounds upon both of their souls had been healing for quite some time already, as each spent more and more happy time in each other's presence. Hashirama and Sakura were healing each other, healing together. And as he had said, it was more than just because they were soulmates. Hashirama and Sakura were born healers, they could hardly do anything less than they were meant to. Chapter 79, Itachi is Sakura, the one where you have a danger meter. Although he would rather let his younger sibling shave him bald than admit it, Itachi had always been rather anxious about meeting his soulmate. There were speculations that the meters were a product of generations long ago, back in olden times when carrying hidden weapons was typical and being a ninja was a common profession. Back then it would have been useful to know how dangerous one's soulmate was, it might have actually helped you find them. Nowadays the meters were largely superfluous, only helpful if one by chance happened to stumble across one's soulmate and touch them. For people like Itachi, however, the meter had another purpose, worrying him sick whenever he let himself think about things too deeply. It sat upon his right wrist, a half-moon broken into 4 colored sections. Most people that he met had their thick black needle pointing firmly somewhere in the green quadrant. He had seen a few that pointed in the middling yellow range, whose soulmates often turned out to be police officers or military personnel. He had even met one person whose needle pointed to the orange quadrant, and when the truth of his home life had finally come out, the entire town had been in an uproar. Itachi's meter, however, was unlike any he'd seen before. The needle on his wrist pointed firmly towards the red quadrant. Whoever his soulmate was, they were a very dangerous person indeed. Itachi often wondered how he registered for his other half. As the CEO of Uchiha Incorporated, he didn't imagine he could be seen as very dangerous at all. Certainly he was trained in several martial arts, but that was more of a personal hobby than an intention to hurt someone. Finding one's soulmate was not actually very common anymore. Enough so that when Itachi did meet his, he couldn't decide whether to be more shocked at the fact of the meeting or the method. Being the CEO made every personal moment in his life a public one, much to his chagrin, and his 32nd birthday was no different. The party his younger brother had arranged for him was tasteful, but he would have much preferred to celebrate quietly at home instead of in the massive office from which he ran the family company. Despite the terror of the moment when a gang of men with automatic weapons burst in to crash the party, Itachi could not stop himself from sending his brother the driest "I told you so" face in his repertoire. That look melted away to be replaced with complete and utter shock as a petite woman with bright pink hair dropped down through his ceiling tiles right on top of the one pointing a gun in his face. With seeming ease she locked her thighs around his neck, twisted, and rolled away, leaving a dead man behind her. Itachi could do no more than sit huddled behind his desk beside Sasuke and watch as this tiny slip of a thing systematically took out each and every one of the assailants without earning so much as a scratch. Stupidly, despite the shock of the events going on around him, Itachi could not take his eyes from the woman. Her distractingly beautiful face remained impassive even as she disarmed a man twice her size and drove the butt of his own gun into the base of his skull. Partygoers screamed and scattered every which way each time one of the masked intruders moved, yet his pink-haired savior appeared perfectly calm, rolling backwards over the snack table to avoid a wild punch and kicking her opponent between the eyes as she went. As abruptly as the action had started, it was all over. Suddenly the room was left utterly quiet, the rich and terrified all huddled along the edges of the room, several large muscle-bound terrorists unconscious or dead on the floor, and one petite woman cattily brushing her hair out of her eyes, examining the cuff of her sleeve and grimacing at a tear in the material. With a huff, her eyes swam over to where Itachi and Sasuke were both still crouched behind his large desk. As the elder rose slowly to his feet with as much composure as he could, her gaze swept over him from head to toe, a considering look on her face. Itachi felt almost as though he were being judged, and he wondered if he had been found wanting. "You have some pretty important people after your head, you know," she said, the first words she had spoken since entering the room. Itachi raised a single eyebrow. "That is not news to me," he replied. She snorted, shaking a bit of broken glass off of her boot before stepping over in his direction. "Well, lucky for you, you've also got some important people looking out for that pretty head of yours as well. Sorry to break up your party." She really didn't sound very sorry, "but you'll have to come with me, Uchiha-san." With one hit cocked and the slightly tilt to her head, pink hair swaying like a sheet of candy floss around her face, she looked nothing like the deadly fighting machine of only a moment ago. In all his life, Itachi had never been so instantly intrigued by a person. "To follow you would seem the best course of action," he conceded, tugging his clothes into place in an effort to further compose himself. He just watched 3 men die and several others be rendered violently unconscious. He should not be fighting back a flash of attraction. To his side, Sasuke was looking at him as though he'd gone crazy. "You can't just go running off with some stranger," his brother protested. The girl smirked. "Why, Sasuke, how rude." She gave a simpering pout so false it was laughable. "How can you possibly call me a stranger? Don't you recognize your old classmate?" 3 heartbeats of silence passed while Sasuke stared at the woman, confusion written on his features as he obviously racked his brain to try and come up with where he could have possibly met someone so dangerous before. The moment it clicked was obvious when his jaw dropped. "Sakura. The one and the only. Now, Uchiha-san, if you would." She directed her second statement to the one she had been paid to come here and protect, beckoning Itachi towards her and completely dismissing his younger brother. If memory serves, Itachi said as he picked his way towards her, "Sakura was the name of the girl in high school who had an obsession with my little brother." The woman chuckled. "Yes, well, let's just say I've moved on to bigger and better things." Itachi hummed as he drew abreast of her. Shaking her head in amusement at his efforts to seem unaffected by everything that was happening, she reached out to tuck his tie into place for him. His hand came up in reflex, attempting to block her motion using one of the moves he practiced so often in the dojo. The moment his fingers curled around his wrist, they both stopped moving, staring at each other in wonderment. Much better things, it would seem, she breathed for only him to hear. He found he could hardly respond at first. His soulmate. He knew at the moment their skin touched, this woman before him was his soulmate. He could hardly believe that they had found each other, even less believable that he had watched her kill 3 would-be attackers within the first 5 minutes of meeting. Sakura recovered first. She stepped away from him with a sharp smirk but soft eyes, heading for the exit. The partygoers that he had forgotten all about, still braced along the edges of the room, scrambled to get out of her way as she reached the door. Coming, she called over her shoulder. Once corner of the Thatcher's mouth quirked up ever so slightly. "Oh yes," he answered in a low voice. "I believe I will follow wherever you wish to lead me." Chapter 80, Tobarama Academy, the one where everyone is a shapeshifter. Change back. A loud screech and a hiss follow the shout, then laughter shortly after. The figure in the tree heaves a sigh and doesn't bother to open his eyes. He's been having such a good nap and he refuses to disturb it unless his students actually find him and bother him personally. Sensei. Which, it appears, they intend to do. Tobarama lets a low rumble of displeasure shake the branch his large feline form is stretched out on, warning the younger pair coming toward him that it had better be good or they'll see their training doubled on the morrow. Neither of them heed the warning. Sensei. Kagami is being stupid again. It's not stupid. Did you really think Aiki-san was your soulmate? She's twice as old as Sensei. Sensei's not all that much older than us. Two teenagers land on the branch near the trunk of the tree, bickering between each other as they stick their feet to the bark with chakra and walk towards him. Tobarama opens one red eye to glare at them for disturbing his rest, and when Torifu catches sight of his expression the lad stops walking to cringe. They are both young adults now, but that doesn't stop them from fearing their teacher's displeasure. Tobarama might be only 8 years older than their 19, but has been considered an adult and an expert in many fields since he was less than half their age. His displeasure is not something to be taken lightly. His tail flicks with annoyance as Kagami continues to babble in Torifu's ear, wanting nothing so much as to go back to his nap. It's hardly the first time that Kagami has decided to disturb random villagers with his silly habit, and it's unlikely this will be the last. He's long since given up interfering on the young lad's behalf, choosing instead to leave him to the mercy of whoever the latest victim is. It's not stupid. Sensei, tell him it's not stupid. Kagami turns wide eyes on him, his expression wounded and open. Tobarama huffs. To tell anyone anything he would need to shift back to human form and is feeling much too lazy to do that. It really is, Torifu insists. His expansive chest puffs out as he lifts a finger to make his point. I mean, sure, if you demand every person you meet to change their form, then someday you're statistically likely to find the right person. You'll demand they change, they'll be forced to, and voila. Soulmate. Except in your first impression is that of an annoying, demanding brat, and I don't think that would be a great way to start off your relationship, do you? But Torifu, it's foolproof. It's rude. Tobarama turns his head, laying his fluffy ears flat against his skull as he tries hard to block them out. He loves them, he really does, but he would much prefer them to go away right now. His chakra levels still aren't recovered from that mission he'd only just gotten back from 2 days ago. He shouldn't be back to training yet, but even if he vehemently denies it, he has a soft spot for his students. Taking them to the public training areas was meant to allow them to go through the exercises he set for them while also allowing him the time to rest. There are others training on the grounds below that could answer any technical questions they have. Instead, Kagami is up to his usual antics, sneaking up behind unsuspecting victims and demanding them to change their forms on the off chance they might be his soulmate. Tobarama would roll his eyes if he hadn't frequently been tempted to follow the same pattern when he was younger. He didn't do it, of course. He has much more dignity than that. But he was tempted. Sensei, you don't think it's stupid, do you? Kagami entreats him. Tobarama ignores him, eyes staying closed and not even bothering to turn his head back to the bickering pair. He can hear the little sigh of annoyance that earns him, and were he in human form, it would have made him smile slightly. He can't talk in animal form, Kagami, Torifu points out. Oh, come on, Sensei. Talk to me. It takes extra chakra control for him to dance his weight back and forth, but still he does it because Kagami is the type that is always moving. I hate it when you ignore us like this. So mean, Sensei. Tobarama pointedly allows himself to yawn, tongue curling and eyes not even bothering to flutter. Torifu laughs. Let him sleep. No. I want him to change back and answer me. Kagami hops around to another branch so he can press his face right up close to the older man's third one. Why won't you change, sensei? Everyone else says it's stupid, but you don't think so, do you? Do you, sensei? Hey, come on. He's not gonna do it, Kagami, his companion chortles. Kagami scrunches up his nose. Sensei. Change back. Tobirama feels the pull in his gut and his eyes snap open, a startled yell escaping him in the split second before his fur recedes and he is suddenly and forcefully stuffed back into human form. So unprepared for the change is he that, with a yelp, he overbalances and plummets out of the tray. His landing is far from graceful. It's probably the least graceful landing he's suffered since he first learned how to tree walk. He sprawls in the dirt, a tiny cloud of dust rising around him, while the handful of shinobi gathered in the public training area stare at him in wonder. Warmth rises under his collar as everyone stares at him, dazed and spread out in a most undignified position. The sensation of being forced to change form has been described to him endless times by Hashirama, yet, even though he's still fairly young himself, he's long since given up on experiencing it for himself. The only one able to force someone to change is their soulmate, and over the years he's managed to convince himself that he'll never find his. It's a big world, after all, and most of the new people he meets don't survive to the next morning. Slowly, with many eyes still upon him, his head tilts back to look up into the canopy above. Torifu and Kagami stare back down at him with twin expressions of utter shock. His eyes lock with the Uchihas, who looks almost as if he is too scared to move. He doesn't look too happy, Torifu whispers out the side of his mouth. Kagami gulps and Tobirama narrows his eyes. Kagami, he starts in a warning tone. That's as far as he gets. With a small squeak of fear, Kagami shifts to his own animal form. He darts away, a tiny red fox flitting between the treetops. Tobirama scrambles to his feet and launches himself after the younger lad. Kagami, he roars. Get back here. Instead of listening, the idiot hurls himself away at an angle, trying to use his smaller size to shake Tobirama's pursuit by heading through gaps and places that he can't fit. It doesn't work, of course. The older man can follow him by sense alone, and he always manages to get ahead of him when he cannot simply follow. The pair of them cover nearly 2 miles of empty forest before Tobirama realizes he has the power to stop Kagami, provided the younger is quick enough to catch himself from the inevitable fall that will result. Keeping his hands at the ready in case he needs to flicker over and catch the other himself, Tobirama smirks. Kagami, he drawls, his voice starting out almost sing-song only to crack like a whip as calls, change back. A satisfactory yelp meets his ears as Kagami finds himself suddenly human just as he heads for a small gap that his little fox body would have only just fit through. Instead of having to catch him, Tobirama is treated to the side of Kagami stuck between 2 branches, his skinny 19-year-old body wedged tightly between rough bark on both sides. The older of the two feels no guilt in stopping to enjoy the sight for a moment, smirking. Then he chuckles, hopping around so he can talk to the other face to face rather than speaking to his rump. Perhaps next time you'll listen when I ask you to stop. A little help. Kagami's whine is edged with the tones of defeat and dread. Are you going to stay still and listen? Are you going to hit me? Rocking back on his heels in surprise, Tobirama blinks rapidly while exclaiming, why on earth would I hit you? He's more than startled to see Kagami break out in a mortified flush and drop his gaze as he suddenly begins to babble, body still wriggling in an attempt to get free. Okay, so it wouldn't be like you to hit me, but I guess I was just scared because I was worried that you'd be disappointed. You're amazing, sensei, everyone knows that, and you deserve an amazing soulmate, but you got me instead. I'm really sorry. I didn't know, I promise. You can pretend it didn't happen if you like, I would understand. Tobirama opens his mouth to speak, only for Kagami to continue to bulldoze right over him, voice rising in pitch as he panics a little bit more with each word. I was just afraid of your reaction. I didn't want you to keep looking at me and show me how disappointed you were because I always dreamed of finding my soulmate and being happy. And anyone would be happy to be your soulmate. But I'm just me. For Kami's sake, Tobirama grumbles under his breath, stomping down the branches standing upon. Kagami blathers on and right up until Tobirama snatches a fistful of his hair, wrenches his head around for the right angle, and plants a kiss right on his still moving lips. The younger man falls silent only after a startled moan, the one arm that isn't trapped reaching over to fist in Tobirama's shirt. He sucks in air desperately through his nose as Tobirama ravages his mouth without mercy, glad to force an end to the idiotic drivel the younger had been spouting. He releases Kagami only when he feels the other girl lax under his hold, body languid and melting in the pleasure of the kiss. Just you indeed, he grumbles. Are you or are you not happy to find your soulmate after all the fuss you've kicked up about it in the past? Kagami stares up at him, dazed. I'm very happy. Then for Sade's sake, what on earth inspired you to think I wouldn't be? The only response he gets is a gaping mouth as the other stares at him, dumbfounded. What absolute nonsense. Kagami continues to stare at him silently as Tobirama stomps over to brace his back against the tree and use both legs to shift the branch, trapping his soulmate in place. The younger has just enough time to squirm free before his foot slips and the tree snaps defiantly back into place. Both of them stare at each other wordlessly, one nervous and the other heavily exasperated. Thanks, Kagami murmurs, rubbing at his hair awkwardly. With a sigh and another roll of his eyes, Tobirama takes hold of the younger man's shirt and drags him in until their faces are nose to nose. I did not spend the better part of a decade training you for you to think so little of yourself. For and fain, Kagami, you don't get to tell me what I do and don't deserve. I'd all but given up on finding my soulmate, and the moment I discover you've been right here under my nose this whole time, you tell me I should give up on you. Hogwash. Sorry. Don't be sorry. Be happy. Well, you don't look happy. Well, Ian. The two stare at each other with matching frowns until Kagami wavers and bursts into laughter. Tobirama shifts, his frown subsiding as embarrassment creeps in. Perhaps he is acting just a bit ridiculous, shouting about being happy with such an angry look on his face. He's never been very good at expressing himself, especially not in his human form. By the time his companion finally calms down, it occurs to Tobirama, at last, what is happening. He's found his soulmate. He is holding his soulmate in his arms, and it's not a stranger. It's someone he knows, someone he cares about. The possibility never occurred to him. The picture he'd had in his mind was that of meeting a perfect stranger and trying to decide if it was worth getting to know them or not. In all honesty, the idea has never infused him very much. He likes this much more. Are you through with being an idiot? He asks once Kagami is quiet once more. What dash? Don't be mean, sensei. Kagami pouts, tilting his head back to look up at Tobirama and then pausing when he notices their faces are still quite close. The older man smirks. If you wish for me to kiss you again, you will refrain from calling me sensei from now on, he drawls. The younger flushes. Right. Kagami does not call him sensei again. A very worried Torifu finds them later, comfortably ensconced in one of the trees growing just behind Tobirama's house. The large white feline flicks its tail idly as he naps in a perfect patch of sunshine, curled protectively around the small red fox tucked into his side. Torifu stays just long enough to hear the loud rumble of a leopard's purr before dashing away again with a smile. Chapter 81, Kasame Sakura, the one where the first touch leaves a mark. The fact that most humans seem to think of the merfolk as consisting of only deity, beautiful women, was a constant source of annoyance for Kasame. He was neither deity nor a woman, and he'd never met a single member of any race who would ever call him beautiful. The skin of his upper body was light blue, while the scales of his shark-like tail were a deep navy, a stark contrast to the white underbelly. He came from a line of folk who had not yet evolved out of the gills that split both sides of his neck nor the razor-sharp teeth that lined his mouth. The best description he could hope for was fierce. Humans, he had long since decided, were all ignorant, stupid, and boring. Kasame had never met a human who could hold his interest for longer than the time it took him to decide whether they looked tasty or not. As he watched the shadow of a boat drift across the surface of the sea only a few feet above his head, Kasame licked his prominent teeth and grinned, hoping this one would be a tasty one. Strangely, however, he found his curiosity piqued. It was rare to see a boat so small this far out to sea. It had been years since Kasame had encountered a boat that wasn't teeming with dozens of humans, all armed to the teeth with various sharp things that bit into his side as he attempted to draw one of them down for a meal. The small wooden tub above him didn't look like it could hold more than a small handful, perhaps not even that many. How could such a tiny craft have survived this far out? It wasn't often that Kasame found himself curious to explore anything human, but he only shrugged and followed his instincts, rising slowly to the surface a few good feet away. His clear inner eyelid stayed closed as he held his outer ones open wide, on the lookout for the slightest sign of danger. No paddles or oars broached the water, though the boat was rocking gently from side to side, and he wondered if it was in fact empty. With a few flicks of his powerful tail he poked his head above the surface, just far enough to take a peek. His shoulders relaxed and his teeth came out in a mean-looking grin when he still saw nothing. It appeared he was correct to look like no one was harmed. More confident now, Kasame swam over to the boat. Boorish they might be, but humans were also clever bastards who crafted all sorts of tools an underwater creature had no other access to. Some merfolk made their nests around human-inhabited islands and traded for them with pearls and fish, but Kasame had never been that social. Things took a turn almost quicker than he could process. Wrapping his fingers around the edge of the boat, Kasame hauled his upper half out of the water to peek inside. He had a single split second to register the sight of shocked green eyes before a wild battle cry blistered his ears and a small fist impacted his face with surprising strength. Kasame's had reeled back and the force of the motion sent him flopping back down into the water. What the hell was that? He surfaced again immediately, several feet away. An average-sized pink-haired human was staring back at him with eyes the most interesting shade of green he'd ever seen. It wasn't her eyes that fascinated him, however. Instead of cowering like many of the humans he had met, or even turning away with a look of horror or disgust, this human was staring at him with her head held high, her spine up straight, and a look of hunger in her eyes. Not the hunger for food or treasure. He couldn't define this hunger. "I'd apologize, but it's your own fault for startling me," she declared in a strident voice. Kasame blinked, then he tossed his head back with a bark of laughter. "What are you doing so far out to sea, girlie? None of your business, fish boy. Oh, you've got a little spunk in you, don't you?" With a chuckle and a few swishes of his tail, Kasame drifted in lazy circles around her, drawing closer with each rotation. She raised one of her eyebrows and kept her gaze steady on his face. "I didn't hurt you, did I?" she asked. He took a moment before answering, a little startled at the concern in her voice. "It would take a lot more than that to hurt me," he said. "What makes you think a tiny little hit like that would be any sort of bother?" She rolled her eyes. Just the same as any man on land." "So arrogant. Your face is all blue, it already looks bruised." Kasame cocked his head to one side. "All of me is blue," he pointed out. "No, I mean around your eye, the parts that's really dark." When he continued to look at her in bewilderment, the girl huffed. "Here, see." Reaching into the thick red jacket she wore, the girl produced a round brass pocket watch and held it out. The top was flat, about the size of her palm, and buffed to such a perfect shine that Kasame was able to see his own reflection in it. He was startled to see that she was right. The area around his eye was now a deeper shade of blue than the rest of his skin. He was already in the middle of his own confusion when suddenly the pink-haired human let out a piercing exclamation of shock, dropping the pocket watch down into the bottom of the boat in favor of staring at the back of her hand. The area between her second and third knuckles was colored in, the skin dyed a shade of blue that looked as though it would match the new mark upon his own face. "That's impossible!" she cried. Kasame drifted closer, hanging his arms over the boat just out of her reach. "What's impossible?" "Do you know what this is?" she demanded, holding up her marked hand and using the other to indicate the blue colline. "It's a soul mark." "But that's it." "Impossible," he finished for her with a grin. She nodded violently. "Yes. Impossible. I can't be soulmates with a fish." Kasame jerked his head up, offended. "I'm not a fish. What's this nonsense about soulmates?" The girl shook her head, bringing her hand closer to cradle it. "It's a human thing," she said. "They are supposed to lead us to our true love, the one we are meant to be with. The moment we touch our soulmate for the first time, it leaves a mark on both parties. But this mark wasn't here before, not until I hit you. And you've got a mark. Do merfolk even have soulmates?" "Not that I've ever heard of." Kasame hummed, tail lazily trailing through the water and causing the boat to turn. "What's your name, girlie?" She regarded him with an unreadable expression for a long moment before answering, long enough he almost thought she intended not to. "Sakura." It's been interesting meeting you, Sakura. Enjoy your floating. With that, Kasame slid back down into the sea, her protests roaring in his ears. His laughter escaped him as tiny bubbles of air rising to the surface, but he knew she would never notice them. She was too busy cursing him up and down, from one sea to another. By her language and the clothes she wore well, he knew a pirate when he saw one. Her boat was just the right size for an emergency vessel typically stored on a large ship. His brief peek inside had revealed why she wasn't rowing herself, no oars. He'd witnessed enough mutinies to recognize what had happened to her. To be set afloat surrounded by water and yet not be able to drink any of it was truly one of the cruelest ways for a crew to overthrow their captain. He couldn't say he understood why they would do that. She obviously had spirit and a bigger streak of bravery in her than almost any pirate he had ever met. She seemed the type that men would go to war for in a heartbeat. She had certainly intrigued him, although he would never admit it out loud. It didn't take long for night to fall, and Kasame waited patiently, just far enough under the surface of the water that he could watch the small vessel without being seen himself. He waited for darkness and then waited some more, until he was sure the little Spitfire would be asleep. A quick cautious peek told him he was right. Sakura the stranded pirate slept right through her own rescue. She lay wrapped in her jacket, tossing fitfully as her empty stomach crabbed and begged for water, while Kasame snuck an arm inside her boat and liberated a length of rope. She dreamed of feasts and rich red wine as a gruff blue merman towed her silently towards the closest island, several hours away. Theirs had been a quick first meeting and certainly not the smoothest. It would definitely not be the last, Kasame decided, fingers tracing the new mark around his eye as he watched her drift peacefully into harbor. Chapter 82, Tobarama Kakashi, the one where you have a tattoo of a tree and it blooms pink when you meet your soulmate. It was months before Tobarama ever even knew that Kakashi was also one of the rare few blessed with a soul tree. His reticent companion had a habit of keeping nearly his entire body covered at all times, and that included the fingerless gloves that he was never seen without. The only parts of him that Tobarama saw with any regularity were the dexterous fingers that weaved the most graceful seals he'd ever seen, and the right eye, which was the only uncovered section of his face. Even that much, however, was enough to draw Tobarama's eye. Kakashi's hair intrigued him because it was just that single shade off from his own that made it silver, and he found himself admiring the color more often than was likely socially acceptable. The bulky vests that had become standard uniform sometime in the last 50 years could not hide his long, lean body, the type of body Tobarama had always found incredibly distracting. And no amount of clothing could cover up that blade-sharp brain of his. His eye might appear lazy, but his mind was as never-resting as Tobarama's own. After Kakashi was assigned to be his guide, they settled very quickly into a mutually beneficial pattern. It was easy to fall back on the lifelong habit of retreating into his laboratory once one was set aside for him, and it was pleasing to have Kakashi there with him most days. The older man, and wasn't it baffling to be 50 years dead and somehow still younger, would lounge in his quiet corner, reading a book and pretending he wasn't hiding from that loud green person who followed him around. Tobarama went about his research and experiments, basking in the kind of silent company he had always preferred, taking advantage of Kakashi's intellect whenever he needed a sounding board for his more complicated ideas. Those same experiments were what showed him the potential for something he had already begun to crave, even after such a short amount of time. Kakashi wasn't above being playful when the mood took him, and Tobarama, strangely, found it more endearing than annoying, even when that playfulness ended with a beaker of questionable substances spilling over the table and soaking into Kakashi's plated gloves. Kakashi seemed more amused than worried, even as Tobarama grabbed his wrists and pulled him towards the lab sink, peeling his gloves off as they went. Purple solution swirled down the drain while one pale man washed the other's hands, thumb very carefully not pausing to stroke the pretty tree tattooed on the palm he was holding. "Do you wear your gloves to cover it?" he asked later, giving no context and trusting Kakashi to be smart enough to know what he was referring to. "I wear gloves for the same reason anyone else does," Kakashi responded, wiggling all 10 fingers in a ladylike fashion. "Protecting the goods is priority number one." Tobarama snorted, covering his smile by burying it in the paper he was supposed to be reading. Love was something he had no experience with, having never found it in his first life. He'd lived 60 years alone, and upon his resurrection he had fully expected to spend decades more the same way. The morning that he woke and recognized the slowly growing feeling in his chest for what it was, he very nearly panicked. How was one supposed to act when in love? What exactly was one supposed to say? 2. His brother, of course, would have been the one to go to with questions. His brother, however, picked up on things long before he plucked up the courage to say anything. It took all the fun out of teasing Hashirama about that man Tenzu when all it did was open up the way for Hashirama to tease him back about Kakashi. Hope, too, was unfamiliar to him, as was longing. As time went by and Kakashi continued to show up to sit quietly in his workspace, long after it was no longer his duty to do so, Tobirama found hope and longing growing in his chest with each day that passed. He had seen the mark on Kakashi's hand, but was it meant for him? They got along so well it seemed impossible that it wasn't, but he was never a man to leave things to chance. It was against his nature to be so hasty as to say something before he was 100% sure. That didn't stop him from wanting. 3 full turning of the seasons had crawled by since the day the Senju brothers were given new life before Tobirama found his answer. He waited impatiently for the spring equinox, marking each day on the calendar as they passed slowly, until finally he woke one morning with his hand clutched tightly, almost afraid to look. And when he did, it was as though he'd been reborn for a 3rd time. Gravity had no pull to keep him down to earth while his heart soared at the sight of pretty pink blossoms blooming across his palm, decorating the undersides of each of his fingers. He felt almost as though he himself had bloomed under the light of Kakashi's quiet presence in his life. Hashirama was the first to know, of course. His brother's startled face said that he hadn't even noticed the date, which was just like him, but he was quick to offer his congratulations while his eyes immediately began filling with tears of joy. Tobirama escaped just in time to avoid the incoming hug. He could have gone looking for Kakashi, but he felt no need to do so. It was nearly inevitable that the other man would show up in his comfy spot across the room as soon as Tobirama settled in to continue his research from the night before. Indeed, as soon as he had sat down, suddenly there was an extra body in the room that hadn't been there a moment ago. Tense with a hope he really wasn't used to, he peeked out of the corner of his eye to see Kakashi lounging, his one eye intense as he focused his gaze on the former Hokage. "I don't suppose he started to say, not really sure how he was going to end the sentence. He didn't need to, it turned out. He got only that far before Kakashi cut him off. "Yes." The older man smirked at him as he drew a steadying breath, feeling almost as though the world was spinning too fast. "May I see?" he asked. Kakashi sauntered over to him, tugging at the clasp on his glove as he walked. When he presented his palm, Tobirama smiled and turned over his iron. They matched perfectly. Twin tattoos with great reaching branches filled with pink petals, the sign of one who had found their soulmate. It didn't surprise him that Kakashi was the first to act, that playfulness of his spoke to a certain amount of bold self-confidence that came in rather handy right at that moment. One pale hand reached out for another, and Tobirama looked up at the one he wanted to spend the rest of his life with, only to stare in wide-eyed wonder at the face revealed to him for the very first time. Kakashi's mask hung loose around his neck, revealed a wicked smile full of sharp teeth and obvious intentions. The first kiss was short because Tobirama forgot to breathe. The second kiss was longer because he'd gotten a hold of Kakashi and he refused to let go. Chapter 83, Team 7, the one where you form a mental bond at first touch. The first time Kakashi came in contact with Naruto the boy was a newborn child, orphaned less than an hour after birth. Standing next to the sensei he had come to see as a father figure, Kakashi held Naruto close to his chest as he surveyed the pools of blood, allowing the child to suck on his finger in lieu of any other way to keep him quiet. The night was dark, his mood was darker, and no hint of a connection rang through him. He was glad, years later, that this moment was not the one in which he found his soulmate. The first time Kakashi's skin brushed Sakura's, she was a child of 3 lost in the crowd. Her eyes were red with tears, her face scrunched up, and her lungs were giving all they had to let the world know how afraid she was. Kakashi was 17 and mired in his own mistakes, but even someone as cold as him could not be so heartless. He took her fingers in his own and led her around until he found a frantic pair of parents that scooped her up into loving arms. His heart was heavy with jealousy for the things he no longer had, and years later he was glad that this, too, was not the moment in which he found his soulmate. The first time Kakashi touched Sasuke's skin he was covered in blood, in shock from witnessing a more traumatic incident than any child deserved to. His eyes were wide and his body shaking. Kakashi could only look at him and see himself in the kid. He'd been there, the whole finding your parent bloody on the floor thing, though Sasuke had had the package bundle of also finding out his brother was the killer. It was the morning after and no one had done anything with the child yet, so Kakashi picked him up and carried him away, cradling the back of his neck as he lay limp and unresponsive. The sun was bright but his eyes were full of shadows, and he was so glad years later that this moment was not the one which found him his soulmate. That moment came years later, when the ice around his heart had settled in so thick that the Sandaime forced him out of ANBU and asked him to test just one more team of genin. Kakashi wanted to help the last living piece of his beloved sensei. He wanted to give the lone Uchiha a fighting chance. He wanted to protect that bubblegum girl who watched the world through rose-tinted glass. He just didn't think he was able to. At least, he didn't think so until their very first lesson. Passing them had been on their own merit, and no matter what anyone said had happened before the moment which changed his life. It was only after Naruto had escaped from the ropes which tied him to that post, after he had lunged for his newly assigned sensei, after Sakura and Sasuke had rolled their eyes and reached out to pry him off. That was the moment that all four of them were connected for the very first time. The bond forged, and Kakashi felt them in a way he'd never expected to feel anyone. Sight and sound and sensation rushed into him from three different sources even after all three of them jumped apart in shock. He watched the children in front of him reel with the import, and that was when it hit him. His soulmate was not a lover that would whisper sweet empty nothings and pretend to be the only thing he needed in life. His soulmate was a unit, his soulmate was a family. After so long alone, he finally had a family again. They could feel it, of course, that moment when the ice cracked and shattered, leaving Kakashi exposed for the first time since he was a child of an age with them. His knees buckled and Kakashi hit the ground with tears already falling from his eyes. But that was okay. They caught him. These are mine, he thought, and happiness and satisfaction echoed back to him from three different places. He could feel Naruto's fears and Sasuke's pain and Sakura's desperate wantings. He'd never felt anything so beautiful before. Their four souls resonated until he could hardly stand the joy of it, and he wrapped all three of his new students up, holding them all close in a way that said he would never let them go again. He was glad, years later, that this was the moment in which he had found his soulmates. Chapter 84, Kasame Imai, the one where your mark represents your soulmate. If you think for even one moment that I am going to let you walk out of here without a fight, then you have another thing coming to you, you egotistical moron. Kasame let his footsteps slow to a stop, turning to look over his shoulder and allowing himself to take her in the way he never let himself. He'd never have another chance to after all. Mai pulled off the Kuri uniform in a way no one else could. It should have been just as bulky on her figure as it was on his, but instead it only accented her tiny waistline. What he wouldn't give to wrap his oversized hands around that waist of hers. He'd bet that he could hold all of her at once. Her hair was down, loose from the half-top knot she usually wore, and the auburn tresses flowed around her like the bloody mist their village was nicknamed for. Her hip was cocked, both hands fisted in anger, and her one visible eye was hot with indignation. She looked like the kind of fire he wouldn't mind burning himself on. "Mai-chan," he drawled teasingly. "Why ever would you wish to fight little old me? You're not leaving, Kasame. I won't let you." With a frown, he stepped around to fully face her. Her eyes flickered to the slash he'd put through his headband only an hour before, then returned to his face, filled with even more determination. When he drew himself up to his full height, she didn't even flinch. She'd known him too long, won too many spars against him to be truly afraid. "I hardly see how that's any of your business," he bid out. His tone was falsely light but led underneath with the no-nonsense conviction for his actions that he was well known for. His words only appeared to increase her outrage. "None of my business." "Of course it's my business." She stepped out of the doorway she'd half-hidden herself in, slowly approaching him in the dark hallway. "It's more my business than anyone else's where you go and what you do. Just because you're a stubborn-headed idiot and refuse to acknowledge it does not mean that I will let you throw it all away. Either make sense or go away. I have places to be tonight." Mai snarled as she reached him, pressing her body right up against his chest to get her face as close to his as possible. He could smell her from this close, the natural perfume that clung to her hair and always made his head spin a little. He hated it, hated that she had any sort of pull on him when she shouldn't. I'm hardly going to let my own soulmate betray our village betray me. How dare you, Kasame? I trusted you like I thought I couldn't trust anyone else in this godforsaken place. I thought I could count on you. You know what the plan was. Mizukage. Change. Progress. We were going to fix this mess. Yes, yes, I know your plans, he said, unmoving in the face of her outburst. Fix the village. HMPH. At this point, is there anything left worth saving? There isn't. This place will never change, I understand that now. I don't want to fix the village, I want to fix the world. Well, we have to start somewhere. She raised a fist to beat on his chest and he caught it in his hand, lowering his face to speak directly into hers. And if you are so worried about your soulmate betraying you, then go yell at them, not me. I am yelling at my soulmate. The skull dropped from his features so fast she almost missed it in a single blink. Kasame stared down at the woman in front of him with wide blinking eyes and a gaping mouth, almost too stunned to respond. Mai looked back up at him in confusion. What did you just say? He demanded after almost a full minute of silence. Mai huffed. I said that I am yelling at my soulmate, you fool. No, you're not, he insisted. You yelling at me. Because you're my soulmate. You can deny it all you like, Shark Boy, but it doesn't change reality. We are soulmates, and if you think I'm letting one more man walk the wrong direction down the aisle, I swear dash. Kasame cut her off with a snort. My soul mark is a mountain. What could that possibly have to do with you? He jerked in surprise when Mai wrenched her hand from his grip only to thump him over the head rather hard with her fist. I've seen your soul mark and you are such an idiot. It's not a mountain. It's a volcano. And seen as my soul mark is a shark and I am the only living user of lava-style gestu, I don't think it takes a lot of brain power to put it all together, to you. She pressed her face up close to his again, and, for a moment, all he did was stare at her in silence once again. The image of the mark on his arm danced in front of his eyes, and by the sea she was right. A volcano. The next moment Mai let out a startled shriek and was muffled immediately by his lips as he closed the scant few inches between them in a violent kiss, reaching forward to wrap his hands around her waist the way he'd wanted to since they were children, just figuring out the differences between boys and girls. Mai was an intelligent woman, however. She was fully capable of adapting to swift changes in the situation around her. When Kasame lifted her off of her feet, she did nothing but wrap her arms around his shoulder and kiss him back every bit as fiercely. One couldn't spend a lifetime spitting fire without learning how to channel it into one's personality as well. I'd say that changes things, wouldn't you? Kasame growled into her mouth. You're the biggest fool this village has ever seen, Mai told him. But you are mine and I will not let you go without a fight, damn it. I plan on actually getting to wear a wedding ring at some point. I refuse to let you ruin that for me. Kasame huffed out a short laugh. Who said anything about leaving? He replied as innocently as he could. It looks like there's something in this hopeless village worth saving after all.